It's Saturday. And what a good Saturday it do be. But you know what would make it even better? If we did a stream. Hi! Hello everyone! Hello. Happy weekend. Happy weekend before Thanksgiving. Huh, how'd that happen? Anyway, yes, hello, hi. Let me say hi to you guys. Hello, Jack. Hello, Standing. Hello, Lurkers. And hello, VOD Watchers. Hope you're all doing well. I hope the weekend is treating you kindly. Getting some rest, doing something fun. I started my vacation. It honestly could not have come at a better time. I was very frustrated by the end of the week. I'm just like, the chance to just turn off my work machine for like 9 days and not even think about it is just like, yes. It's good timing. It's good timing. But yeah, I'm doing well. I did a little errand running this morning, got my food. Howdy, Mage. Happy Saturday. Good to see ya. Yeah, I was playing some more Star Citizen yesterday, and then I snuck a little bit in today. I did take the Perseus out last night, just for a little bit. You know, kind of by design. There's not a lot that you can do in the Perseus by yourself. Yes, I'm feeling good. I'm feeling good. I did get a little unpleasant thing earlier. One of my friends' Discord accounts got hacked, and they do the normal thing where they send you a bunch of attachments to get you to click on them, and it's like, oh god damn it. So yeah, ran a virus scan just to make sure everything was fine. I don't think I got compromised, but if my Discord account sends you weird attachments in the next couple of days, just don't click on it, all right? Just as a forewarning. Oh, we should be fine. So I haven't found. Yeah, that's okay. Well, and today was not a great time to play anyway because all of the missions are broken. The mission system seems to be broken in that you can do jobs, you can pick up the contracts, but then they just won't complete. Like you do the thing to complete the job and it just never registers it. So you can do the activities, you can fly around, you just can't get paid for it. But yeah, the Perseus is a cool ship. I don't think I'm gonna get it, just because I don't really have a group to use it with, but oh, it's a pretty beast, and I really do like what they did. They should be very proud of their work. The other one, if you guys remember, on Thursday, we were looking at Drake ships, and they had that big box with the fold-out wings, the Clipper. So Drake hit the floor today, so you can rent all the Drake ships now. So I grabbed that and I took it out and I tried it. It's an interesting little ship. I don't love it, but I appreciate it. I appreciate what it is. I appreciate how it feels, and I kind of appreciate how it looks. It has that sort of like dumb Star Wars cobbled together look that's kind of sweet. We'll look into it tomorrow at some point. Initially planned to look today, but family took me out. No spaceships, it's time for Ottomans. That's fair. Yeah, obviously, you want to, you feel, so the event runs until, I want to say the 3rd. It runs until through the coming week and into next week. So you still have a lot of time. There's not a lot of pressure to like jump in at a particular time, and all of the ships are going to be available to rent in the last like 3 or 4 days of the event, right? So they're doing the whole manufacturer rotation thing right now, but you know, at the end you'll get a chance to try everything out again and you know, get second chances on anything that you missed and then see if you like anything. What was really fun, so the missions didn't work, right? But I took on a bounty hunting mission and there were things to shoot at, so I got to at least try it out in combat. It's honestly, so it's not a strong ship from a like pure power output standpoint. You know, it's not a fighter. It's, as they describe it, as a jack of all trades, master of none, right? It's got the medical bed so you can support yourself. It's got some guns and missiles so you can fight, but it's not going to be the strongest fighter of its class. But there was a really fun point. So I was going after 2 guys, and you know, I took the first one out and I'm going at the second one. We're sort of weaving around each other. I'm getting some good hits in. I've got these 2 Gatling turrets on the nose, and I managed to, you know, get him worn down, and he's coming in on one more attack pass. And you know, I lay into him and take him out. So if you guys remember sort of what the Clipper looks like, it has these very long wings, right, that are vertical when it's landed and then fold out horizontal when it's in flight. So, you know, I riddle this guy with blaster bolts and bullets and take him out, and the husk of his ship just screams past me and catches the end of one of my wings and just shears it clean off and puts me into a flat spin. And I nearly black out from the G-forces. But, you know, thankfully we were in space. So I was just able to right the ship. I didn't crash into the ground or anything. But it was a very just like, oh, holy shit moment. The AI are not concerned with proximity warnings. They will strafe you at very close distances, and it's kind of on you to dodge around them. That's why a lot of times when I do jousting, jousting is a term used a lot. It's sort of the way the AI tend to behave, is, you know, they'll come around and do an attack pass, they'll joust at you, and then they'll go around and come again, you know. So you can, if you're smart, you can sort of play into their pattern and, you know, try and get behind them. But a lot of times you just sort of wind up doing these big figure 8 jousting patterns. But yeah, the AI in Star Citizen will just fly straight at you, and so it's sort of on you to dodge around them. And I don't know, I guess I just didn't realize how close he was, or I didn't realize how long my wing was, but the wing problem got solved. I'll be around for a nice chair for the office. I want to set up TV again. Be damned if I set up my computer chair as my seat. I don't like computer chairs. I mean, I guess this is technically a computer chair. It's a desk chair. It's an office chair. But yeah, the whole like gaming chairs, I don't like them. I think they're overblown. I think they're not necessarily designed to actually support a comfortable, healthy sitting. They're more like buzzword cool ergonomic than actually functional ergonomic. So yeah, definitely a good chair is definitely worth the money, because so the advice that I heard a while back, and I think is very good advice, is anything that you're going to spend a lot of time with is something that is worth spending money on, right? Good shoes, good bed, good chair, you know, if you do a lot of cooking, good cookware, you know, whatever the case may be. If it's something that you're going to make good use of, it is something worth investing in. It's probably a good thing that I didn't buy a super expensive 3D printer, because I have not really made good use of that. Yeah, exactly. If you're using the chair all day, then it's got to be a chair that's going to properly support you. Yeah, it's going to cost money, but it's going to be worth it, and that you don't have to pay for physical therapy. So yeah, the clipper, I'm probably not going to get a clipper. I appreciate it. I think it's a neat little ship. It'll be kind of fun just to see a bunch of boxy jalopies flying around. But I don't think it's gonna be one for me. It's a pricey chair, but if it's a good one, it'll be worth it. And then yeah, I rented the cargo hauler that they just released. I haven't flown it yet, and especially with the missions being broken, there wasn't a lot of reason to try it out. But I'll probably give it a shot later on. I don't know. I'm I'm kind of glad the missions broke, just because it's a reminder. It's like, yeah, the game's still buggy as shit. It's gonna be like that. It's not gonna be a perfect smooth ride every time you jump on, and sometimes you're just gonna have to sort of figure out how to work around that, or take it as it comes. But it's what it is. And for the most part, I think it's going well. Definitely better than I think it has been in the past. I feel like there was something else. Was there something else? I will say, so I posted the thing on Discord about next Friday, or not Friday, next Thursday, you know, being Thanksgiving. You know, asking if people wanted to move the Thursday stream slot to another day, if that would be better. And so far everyone has said no. So we'll keep it on Thursday. Since I have extra time this coming week, we might start the stream a little bit early. We'll see how we feel. We'll see. I think we'll see a lot sort of how the art looks today. And I'll just sort of think about, like, if there's something that we want to do that we can allocate some extra time to, right? Yeah, honestly, I don't really have any. There's a bunch of stuff that I wanna work on. You know, get ready for next month. There's drawings that I want to do. There's games that I want to play, but I don't have any like plans for this vacation. It's basically just a chance to do my stuff and kind of recuperate. I might try and schedule an appointment or two, but I figure it's just going to be a really laid back week or so. Yeah, I think that's about it. And then as far as today is concerned, I want to say we're right about at the end of Riven. That's the word. That's the game we're gonna play today. I don't know exactly how close, but I feel like there's only a few things left that we sort of need to figure out. And then hopefully we get out of here with everything intact and don't get flown into the starry expanse, never to be seen again. It'll be nice. I'll be appreciated. Yeah, sorry, just thinking. It's hard sometimes, but I hope you're all doing well. I hope you're having a good weekend. I hope everything is comfy. Let's see. shall we go ahead and jump into the game? I think it would be good. I think it's a good time to jump on in. Let me get that. Where's my mouse? There you are. Let me get out of the way. I'm going to jump over here. That should be good. And then we can... Boop. Turn that on. And I think, yeah, let's go ahead and turn the music off and jump on in. So, quick recap of last time. We figured out sort of the things that we needed to do to power up the book to age 233, gains private oasis dimension age, you might call it. Once again, we blipped inside of a cage, and Gain had a nice little chat with us, sort of explained all of his rationale, his thinking, tried to convince us that Catherine had gone crazy, yada yada yada, and then got the prison book from us and asked us to use it before he did, which I was initially hesitant about, but it turns out that is in fact what we need to do, because using the book, or if someone else used the book after we had been imprisoned, it would then eject us back into normal space. So we convinced Gain that the book was legit by using it ourselves. And now he is stuck in prison space. So there's a couple of things that we still need to do while we're here. We need to find the code that will allow us to get Catherine out of her prison. Unfortunately, Riven is going to collapse. There's not a lot that can be done at this point, right? So we need to... Are they freaking like roasting a bird? Well, that's one way to cook. Huh. So yeah, at the very least, we need the code to Catherine's prison. Does it seriously just have like his own private barbecue? 1 second. Sorry, something in my throat. Oh, and he's using the totems as... Oh, there's a book. He keeps doing this. I don't suppose I can use the lens to stabilize it. No. And I can't take it with me. That is 2 burned books now that we have found that we are not able to make use of. And it's very peculiar. Right? We've got the power stones here. So theoretically, you know, if worse came to worse, we could use those to power the books. But it doesn't really matter because we can't take them with us. Right, we've got the prison book and we've got both H's and Catherine's journals. We don't want to use the prison book again because if we do, it'll shunt Gain back out into the real world and he won't be dumb enough to use it a second time. Got his fountain, we've got his recorder, lantern, family portraits, his journal. Let's see, so what is that? 5, 2, 3, 2, 3, 5. See, I don't think that has any connection, but I'll write it down just in case. Where is my journal? There you are. Okay. And then where's my pen? That's the follow-up question. There you are. Let's see. So it's 5, 2, 3, 2, 3, 5. I don't think that has anything to do with it, but it might. Let's see, I think that's just the prison. Yes. Okay. It sounds very nice. I don't think it's associated to the puzzle. Can we do anything with all this? Hey, Parker. Yes, we did get him caught in the book. Now we are trying to find the code for Catherine's prison. How are you doing? How's your Saturday? What is that number? That's 9, 8. Isn't that? Oh, that's the age that Gin was working with before. Interesting. It is very nice. Let's see. Let's head back outside. Maybe there's something here that I'm missing. Admittedly, there's not a lot. Let's see. Well, the other question, the question I would have is why would Gin allow that to be made on his own little private island, you know? Never seemed particularly fond of the Rivians. Culture in general, moiety or otherwise. Anything on there? No. Yeah, I can't shine a light on it to make the book work. use the door. We can't do anything. Might be some sort of funerary totem. That would make sense. 'Cause I think one of the numbered totems where its symbol was associated was in the graveyard, or was described as a graveyard. So that would make sense. Oh, I wonder if this was the first group that he sent to 233 to get it established. He was quite dismissive of their well-being in favor of getting the island working. Let's see. I'm told he keeps it somewhere on his outpost on 233. Where would that be? I mean, I would think he would keep it. I don't know if he would keep it in, say, a notebook or something. There is the sound device, but it doesn't make the same noises. Like, it just plays a song, unless there's something else that I can do with it. It's possible he might be willing just to... Does this do anything? Weird. Yeah, just to avoid any trouble with the Rivians. Let them have enough that they will continue to be content. Okay, so that should power the book back on and let us return to Riven when we're done. Or no, it was powered on. Okay. It's really weird to me that I can't do anything with these books. We already checked his bedrooms. I don't feel like it's there. Can I do anything here? No. That's just a little smoking pipe. Goodness. The dude did love his pipe. What am I missing? I see. Yes. Oh, what the Okay, fair, fair, fair. That's my fault. I didn't touch everything. Oh, what am I... Could you bring it back? Yes, we did last time. just gonna write that down really quick. So we're gonna do... So it's tick, tick, Bert, tick, tick. Okay. This is a very weird thing. It looks more complicated than it is. I feel like I should have more interactions with it, but it kind of is just there to give the auditory signal, isn't it? Alright. As you were, then. I really wish I could take that book with me, but... it's what it is. Well, it's a very annoying watch if it's supposed to be that. Maybe it just needs oil. And we're back. Alright. I think the main thing to do now would be go get Catherine. To the very least, having her out of the prison. Yeah? Okay. Well, so we do need... So we need to get Catherine out. Atrus's primary concern, obviously, is rescuing Catherine, but we're not going to be able to leave properly until we can get the Rivenese out of Riven, right? Let's see. Lab is vertical. I hit it too early. There we go. Oh, goodness. Why is it doing that? Oh, unreal. Unreal. I want to speak more highly of you. I really, really do. But you make it so fucking difficult. And frankly, I think this is one of the better running Unreal games. Probably just because there isn't a lot going on at any given time. For a second, it was probably one of the drifting stars. I thought I saw like a moth or something. I was like, what the fuck? When did those get in here? Alright, so we're going to Prison Island, which is the vertical dot I. Not you. It's probably this way somewhere. Oh, I think it's that one. Nope, it's not that. Where are you, you bugger? There you are. Okay. Alright. Let's go talk to Catherine. Let's go talk to Catherine. Get her out of prison. Can we go? Oh. So I'm pretty sure most of the moiety have already retreated to their realm. to their age. But I don't think Catherine is going to be content to just leave the rest of the Rivenese to their fate. I think she's going to want to try and get the rest of them out too, and I would be certainly okay with trying to assist in that endeavor. Plus, we also need to figure out how to signal Beatrice. Okay, I think that's where the ram used to come in by. Okay. This one isn't even used. Damn it. Okay, reset. It's just that easy. Oh, that's pretty. It's just a little power stone. Hello? Hello? Catherine? Hey. Good news.
We have to move quickly. Gen's people may already know what's happening. Once we're back with the moiety, we'll have time to regroup. Can I see the book?
Oh, interesting.
You did it. You captured Gen. We're all free. But there's still his followers. I'm not sure what they'll do once they realize he's gone. I have to get the villagers to safety as soon as possible.
Okay.
And you?
Yeah? What should I do?
You go back to where you first arrived.
Okay.
And reopen the fissure. I know. It's risky.
Yeah?
But it's the only way to signal Atris. I'll try to make it back there as soon as possible, but don't wait for me. Oh, and don't forget the combination in my journal. You'll need it.
Okay. Oh, she's probably talking about the code to open the fissure. Or we'll skim through it again. I don't think there's anything else here, no. I mean, we can have a nice meal. That looks tasty. This is... I don't know, it's accommodations, I guess. Got a bench. Got a bigger bench for sleeping. Oh, so it just happened to not use the ding in this case. Oh, it's... Catherine? That was weird. It took a minute, I guess. Okay, so let's check the book. Honestly, probably good that we don't have that anymore. Okay, so there's... I know she wrote down the code for the fissure in here somewhere. There you are. Okay, so what do we have for this guy? The fissure code. Okay, so fissure code is gonna be 6, 3, 5, 9, 8, 3 again, 6, 1, and 5, and 7. Alright. I believe that's the code that she was talking about. This is, we must act soon. Everything is ready. Once a new age. Da, da, da. Okay. Yeah, I believe that's the only code that she left for us. So she's gonna take care of the islanders. So I don't think we need to worry about that. She just wants to tell us, or signal to Atris, by triggering the end of the world. Which... okay. I suppose that is an option. There's one way to go about it. I'm a little disappointed that we can't use the burn books, though. I really feel like there should have been some use of those, you know? Hello! Hello! Okay, and the main island is the dot. You actually saw earlier. There you are. Go. These are the burned books. The ones that were left in the boilers and in the fire pit. Seems like might have been something that we would make use of it for. Admittedly, we would need a linking book to get back to Riven once we went through them, but... still. Okay. Yeah, I don't... so... let's just run through the islands, right? There's... never figured out what the freaking drawbridge is about, you know? I mean, we got the drawbridge, or the drawbridge is there, but it never seemed like there was a reasonable use for it. We got the color pattern in the sub-basement. We figured it out. Okay, yeah, you're on. The colored totems in the lake on top of the survey island never really seemed to go anywhere. We did see the warg in the pool there, which was a little bit surprising, but I think the main thing is that we got the colored the colored puzzle in the sub-basement. I do think we got everything in Jungle Island, we figured out. Because, yeah, the prison cage was to get to the moiety. That was all resolved. We got the Bathicart puzzle in the village lake. We're at the top of each of the... okay. Yeah, I think we figured out everything except the drawbridge. Which is weird, but it's fine. Said not to wait for us. Alright. Okay, so you're running. You're on. Okay. You know, I'm gonna save really quickly, just in case. Just in case we get abandoned and we need to save Scummit. Alright. Six. Oh, there are buttons. Okay, cool. 6, 3, 5, 9, 8, 'Okay. I mean, it's kind of weird, but that's fine. 8, 3, 6, 1. Well, that's weird. Alright, I'm gonna have to double check the book. I think I miswrote something. 7, 3, 4, 5. Oh, wait. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7. Okay, yeah, so there's 7. Oh! Okay. I just want to say for the record, I think this is a bad idea. Okay. I see. And then it goes like this. Okay. And then we're gonna raise it up. Yeah, I know you don't wanna. I know you don't wanna. Uh-oh. Catherine? Catherine! No, no. Oh. Oh, I should back up. I should back up. Can I back up? I would like to back up now. Catherine? Atris? Anyone? That doesn't look great. Hey,
There isn't much time.
yeah, no
Where's
shit.
Catherine? Where's the book? I don't understand.
Atris!
Aww. Escape now, hug later?
The villagers are safely in the rebel age.
Cool.
I thank you.
As do I. You've accomplished more than I could have hoped for. You've given me back my life.
Hey, good for you, man.
The path home is now clear for all of us.
You say all of us. Do I have a book? The book for me? Okay, so that's a good book. Alright, so she's out.
This is where our paths must part.
Okay.
Perhaps we'll meet again someday.
You know, I'd like that.
You know where to find me.
Oh.
Goodbye, my friend.
Goodbye to that. I really should have stepped away from Kratos. Well, this is fine.
Now I understand. Endings and beginnings are within the fissure. That riven cleft of stars that acts as both a wall and a bridge. And though I'm unable to understand how, the very flow of stars that brought my mist book into worthy hands, I am sure served as a safe passage home for my friend. The age of Riven has come to a close, but the people of Riven are free. And now I am at rest, understanding that in books and ages and life, the ending can never truly be written.
Huh. That was the good ending. Yeeted into space. Good ending. Cluppy! How did the game know I'm from space? I mean, I appreciate the nod, but that's crazy. So let me start off by saying I really like this. There were 3 bad endings. God, what could there even have been? Alright, so Warwick eats you, that's bad ending number 1. I'm assuming you let Gain out would be bad ending number 2. Oh, I bet if you open the fissure before everything is ready to go, that would be a bad ending. That's a trap book before you ever link to Riven at the start of the game. If you just some dumb idiot that like touches everything they come across, which, I mean, kind of, to be fair, would be on par with how we respond to most objects in the game, is just poke everything. And H is just like, I made friends with a goddamn idiot. I told them like 3 times, don't touch the book. Well, that's kind of neat. It's like, we gave you more agency. Don't fuck it up. Oh, you fucked it up. Alright. Oh. That was a lot of fun. So, it's very interesting to me to play this game now, you know, with like over 2 decades of experience playing and understanding games, because I have Very faint memories, like faint but formative memories. Yeah, you know what? Why don't we go ahead and watch those? That'll be fun. Okay, so there's a total of 5, it looks like. Let's go ahead and pop this sucker open. And we'll just open this up. Is that good? There we go. Alright, let's go ahead and full screen that. And then I'm just gonna size it down a little bit for y'all's watching comfort. There we go. That looks good. Okay, so I think this is the good ending, right? Why did they get rid of the preview? That was like one of the good things. Okay, yeah, so we just watched this one. And then yeah, the book Back to Denis just casts into the void so no one can ever find it again.
Has come to ending that in books.
Okay, we got subtitles in here. So yeah, good ending.
All right then, once more.
He sounds very frustrated.
The only path open to you now is through this book. Take it.
Oh. Oh.
You see, I have changed. There was a time when I might have let you live. I made that mistake with Atris once. It's a pity you decided not to give me a second chance. Well, there's still time.
Damn. Okay. And then in all of your dumb attitude, you just let Atris back out of the book, so that's an option.
I don't know exactly why you released me, but you realize, of course, that this must be the end for you. It may provide you with some solace, however, to know that with this act of self-sacrifice, you have secured your place in history. The Dunny culture will be reborn, and the lives of millions will be purified. Thanks to you. Farewell.
Well, shit. Okay, and then yeah, so you start the fissure collapse. I'm assuming without rescuing Catherine. Oh! That's fine. Yeah, so that's gonna signal Atris, and he's probably gonna be, you know, kinda pissed.
There isn't much time. Where's Catherine? The trap book is empty. I don't.
Oh! Oh my god.
Father, I am no longer your father because you are no longer my son.
Oh shit. And then he takes the real book. Oh, fuck. just gonna leave that guy behind because fuck him. Because game doesn't care. Oh, he shot us. Jesus. I'm glad that guy is stuck in prison forever. Voice actor sounds familiar. I'm gonna have to look that up in a minute. Hi, Tris. Hi again. John Keston.
Where's Catherine?
Oh. Awkward.
I don't understand. You've captured Gen,
But didn't get Catherine
have you
out.
seen me? There's no time left. The age is collapsing. I have to find Catherine. Your way is clear. You're free to go home. Farewell.
Damn. Damn. So we get our happy ending, but I'm assuming Atris just stays around to the last minute trying to find Catherine. Probably gets stuck. Or, just kind of killed. Because he didn't spend, however long figuring out all the puzzles like we did, and he doesn't exactly have time to speedrun it.
Gen is at last defeated. But at what cost? The age of Riven is gone. And Catherine. There are no words.
Damn. That's brutal. Yeah, I kind of miss I don't know, I kind of miss the FMVs from the original game. There's just something about, like, the quality of them. The I don't know, just something in it, like, I don't know, like, you can see it in, like, if we just watch the original intro.
Thank God you've returned. I need your help. There's a great deal of history that you should know. But I'm afraid that I must continue my writing. Here. Most of what you'll need to know is in there. Keep it well hidden.
Keep it well hidden. Just put in the same book as the same bag as everything else.
For
That's
reasons you
fine.
discover, I can't send you to Riven with a way out. But I can give you this. It appears to be a linking book back here to Dunny. But it's actually a one-man prison. You'll need it, I'm afraid, to capture Gan.
Yeah, just buy 20 identical books and be like, want to play a game.
Signal me, and I'll come with a linking book to bring us back. There's also a chance, if this all goes well, that I might be able to get you back to the place that you came from.
That Riven book is huge. I don't know, something about the old FMVs. Yes, they're like 240p videos, but I don't know, man. They just hit different. I kind of love them. So, yeah, I don't know. Like, one, obviously the image, or you know, that change in the visual fidelity, like. The fact that they made the world like fully explorable and fully realized in a 3D space looks really good, right? I'm not gonna act like it isn't. It is kind of funny that in some ways the old like pre-rendered images of the original kind of look better in some regards. Like, even though the game is very old by this point, you know, the fact that you can take 6 hours to render a frame means you can render it very nicely. But, I don't know, like, I have very faint, very formative memories of playing the original Myst, and a lot of the locations. Yeah, I know. But the, you know, I don't know, just like a lot of the locations in Myst like still evoke sort of a deep reaction in me when I see like similar locations in real life that I'm like, oh, this is like that one place in Myst. And I remember playing the original Riven, and my mom, my brother, and I were we would like play it together, and we needed to like work with each other to figure out the puzzles because none of us could figure it out on our own. And yeah, I just had a memory of this game being incredibly difficult. And it's kind of weird to come back to it and just be like, oh, okay, yeah, so we'll do this, and then we'll do this, and then we'll write this down, and then we'll go over here, and then we'll do this, and we'll look over here, and we got it. Like, I was honestly prepared for this game to take a lot longer to beat than it did. But I do like it. I like what they did with it. I liked how it feels. I like the look. And yeah, as much as the FMVs or, you know, the pre-rendered perspectives have a certain classic feel to them, I do think they did a really good job sort of realizing the world in a fully 3D space. So let me ask you guys this. Well, let me say, any closing thoughts on this game? Yeah, I do think a lot of it comes down to just being more familiar with game language and just being better able to navigate. I mean, there are some classic games that are still just brutally hard. But yeah, especially like logic driven stuff, I think is people are just better versed in the language of game design and more fluent in it, and so yeah, it's just easier to sort of approach and solve the puzzles. I like this remake a lot more, I think, than I like the Myst remake. And maybe that just comes down to the complexity of it. Honestly, we kind of breezed through the Myst remake, and I thought that would be it wasn't so much that I thought it would be more difficult. I just didn't realize how short that game actually was. And so I got to the end, I'm like, oh, alright, that's fine. That's okay. But yeah, I think they did a really good job with this one. I don't necessarily feel that the next game in the series, Exile, would need a remake in the same manner as this one. Because what they had managed to accomplish by then was having, I think it's still like click stepping, kind of like what you see in VR, but they had gotten to a point where it was panoramic. But so it had a much more sort of realized, tangible space as opposed to being a bunch of images that you were clicking through. So I don't know. I don't feel that 3 or 4 would benefit from a remake in the same way that 1 and 2 do. As long as they run, right? As long as you can get them to run on, right, they have pre-rendered skyboxes or sky spheres. But yeah, as long as you can get them to run on modern software, modern operating systems and hardware, I wouldn't bother with a remake. I would just do a preservation pass, you know? I bet Good Old Games has them. Let me check. I don't know if we'll play them. I'm just... Yeah, there it is. It's $6. Yeah, honestly, I just leave it the way it is. End of Ages. I never played Myst 5. I don't know. Maybe we'll come back to the other 3 at some point. That could be cool. Oh, that's good. Yeah, these are, you know, a very classic series of games, so I'm really glad that they took the time to do that. Okay, so they're actually on sale for a couple of days. I might just pick them up just for the sake of having them in the back pocket. But nice. Alright, so let me ask you guys, let me ask y'all what you would be sort of more inclined to do. Because we obviously we just had the last little bit of that to finish off. So we have 2 options now, right? We can go ahead and start Shantae, right? That was going to be sort of the last game that we pick up before we start Horizon 2. Because that should be a pretty short title. Or we can get straight into the artwork time and spend most of the stream sort of working through that. Which of the 2 sounds more interesting to all of you? I dropped my pen. It's okay, I don't need it anymore. It's in the void now. It's going back home. There's a single page of concept art from development, not just a bit. Huh. Well, I hope they hold on to it because that is valuable. I don't know, I wouldn't do that, but it is confidence in their fans, I suppose. Interesting. Five, 3, 4.5, and then 4. Did I play 4? I don't think I ever played 4 either. I think I just got as far as Exile. Oh, nice. Okay. Well, if no one has any opinions on it, why don't we start Shantae? Because it wouldn't surprise me if we start it now and play it for a couple hours. Put it before 5. Okay, cool. Sounds good. Alright. Is Shantae done? I think yeah, it's ready to go. Alright, why don't we go ahead and start Shantae? Because I feel like if we start it today, we'll probably be able to finish it next week. It doesn't seem like it's a very long game. So we'll go ahead and get it going. And then we'll sort of kick off art at the normal time, alright? So give me a moment. Interesting. Right. We're gonna go ahead and quit that. And then we're gonna start up Shantae. It would be really nice if it didn't just like, well, actually this is a very old-fashioned style of game, so it's probably not gonna have the sort of immediate pop-in intro, or maybe it will. Hold on. Capture window over to you. There she is. I love that purple-haired idiot. So a brief bit of background for anyone who isn't sort of familiar. There was the original Shantae game that was released on the Game Boy back in, let me grab the date for this because I don't remember. So the original Shantae game was released in 2002 for the Game Boy Color. And then this was going to be the second game, Risky Revolution. But for various development reasons, it never finished. It was never completed. It never went to publication. And just kind of fell into the starry expanse between ages. So it was very strange when the next game to release was Risky's Revenge. And everyone was like, okay, but who's Risky? It is a fairly loud game. Let me see if I can turn it down. That should be good. Alright, wallpapers on, vibrations on, screen size 100%, language English. Okay, cool. So yeah, we did Risky's Revenge, which was supposed to be the third game, but was the second one to actually be released. Let me find the rest of the series. So it was Risky's Revenge, and then Pirate's Curse, and then Half Genie Hero, which was the Kickstarter one that sort of revitalized the series and sort of brought it into more like modern attention. That was particularly where I picked up on the series and was like, oh well, she's just charming. If you guys might remember, we had Dante was our Halloween costume for last year. And then we had Seven Sirens. Seven Sirens might be my favorite one. That or Pirate's Curse. I think those are the two best in my book. And now we have Risky Revolution, which is produced by a limited run to actually bring it back to... Okay, yeah, so you can play it like with the visual fidelity of how it would have originally released, or we can play the modern version. We're gonna do the modern version. We're gonna do story mode. Oh, hang on. There we go. I thought my controller was doing something weird. Oh my god, she's so cute! I love her. I love Shantae. Oh, let me change the topic really quickly. Sequin Island! A world of magic and monsters, once protected by guardian genies, now defended by the half-human, half-genie offspring. The genies may be gone, but the half-genies battle on. Newest among these is Shantae, the half-genie hero of Scuttletown. Inexperienced but determined, Shantae uses her hair whip powers and belly dance magic to save the day from evil threats, with the help of her friends, of course. The power of friendship or some bullshit. Unfortunately for our hero, the nefarious pirate Risky Boots has devised a dastardly new scheme to defeat Shantae and conquer Sequin Island land once and for all. Was unintentional wordplay. Another perfect day. Or not. Oh, I completely forgot. I was supposed to help Uncle today. I'd better get going. Oh, jeez. He's really gonna let me have it. Oh god, I'm doing the anime protag voice now. Here it is, Mayor Scuttlebutt. My latest invention. I call it the fan cannon. Ooh, swanky. What's it for? Anti-pirate fortifications for Scuttletown's coastline. See that rotor blade up top? It generates actual wind. And not just any old balmy breeze. Mighty gusts. Powerful enough to repel any hostile sailing vessel. Why do they keep cutting it off with the last word there? Oh. Attacks from the ocean will be a thing of the past. Sorry I'm late, Uncle. Shantae! You're fucking late! There's nothing else to do. You just missed the demonstration. Oh, Well, looks like everything's in order here. I'm off to balance my checkbook. How do you like that, eh? My fan cannon is a huge success. Imagine! We can install one of these at every coastal town. Finally, no more pirates. Less danger for you means less worrying for me. Maybe someday we won't even need guardian genies. Late as usual. Shirking responsibility while we do all the hard work. Sky, below, I can explain. Whatever. I'm just here for the fan service. Really? I can up with that. Huh? Who are you? That's my new friend, Robbie Tops. Ugh. Not that zombie again. I told you. Those brain gobbling ghouls are nothing but trouble. Sky, you've got it all wrong. Just give her a chance. To do what? Drag you into the woods and eat you alive? She won't do that. I might. Huh? I'm just trying to be honest. There, you see? Okay, fine. Don't say I didn't warn you. Well, we may not be the best of friends, but at least it's a start. Now, let's lend a hand. We'll have Uncle's machine in tip-top shape in no time. I'm afraid your time is already up. I gotta redo that voice, but I panicked. Did you hear something? Well, that sounded like... Oh, it flies now. Feast your eyes on the one and only Risky Boots, Queen of the Seven Seas. You again. I don't know what you're after, but we're ready for you this time, so you can go suck a lemon. Are you referring to these piddly defenses? Ha! What a joke. My new plan will make them superfluous. New plan? Catch me if you can. Ta-ta. And she just kind of left. Risky? She's getting away. Slow down. We need to think of a plan first. No! Chase her now! Right! I can see why they're friends. I don't think you and I are going to get along. Use your ponytail to whip enemies. Just press X. Oh, he's fucking dead. Oh, wait, what? Oh, there's like gems and shit. Secrets are everywhere, even behind you. Hold right bumper to dance. While dancing, you can suck up items. Suck. Okay, that's nice. Jump through certain floors while ducking down low, press A. You'll see. Okay, I see. It's like a pot or something. Use subscreen at any time with menu. Save guide, be sure to save the game often, otherwise when you run out of hearts you'll be sent back to time of the last save, so making even a happy person become fussy. So remember chat, save early and often. This is not our normal save guru. Kinda creepier, to be honest. I don't like him. Hold it right there, Risky. Silly girl, you took the bait. Now I've got you right where I want you. Fuck. Oh, that's not good. Oh, shit. Oh, ow. Okay. Ah! I'm supposed to actually hit her here, or do I just need to survive a while? Ow! Motherfucker! Yeah, I don't think I can actually do anything to her. I think I'm just waiting. Oh, too early. I do get fussy sometimes. I do too. I think everyone gets fussy sometimes. Son of a... Oh. Dude, can we... am I supposed to do something here? Maybe I need to get behind and hit the propeller. Oh, I see. Excuse me? No? Alright, well, at least I'm full health again. Spoke too soon. Do I hit its butt? No. Huh. I feel like I've hit everything. Fuck you. Am I missing something? Oh, maybe I need to... Oh. Okay, I'm stupid is the problem. Alright, we got it. We figured it out. Wow, it was so And she quit. You landed on me. So even though they kept it like a chiptune style of music, I do feel like they increased the audio quality, if that makes sense. It still feels like something nicer than the Game Boy Color necessarily would have made. And then obviously all the UI stuff and whatnot is upscaled. More like the modern art style for the game, or for the series. You're through, Risky. Psh. Like I said before, I've got you right where I... Huh? What? Oh! I hate when the ground does that. Why have both games we've played today have the ground just erupting into fissures? Fuck you. I appreciate her poise and grace as we fall to our deaths. Very elegant. Oh, didn't quite stick the landing. 7 out of 10. Ready to give up now? You! How could you survive my pitfall? Oh, no matter. There's more than one way to skin a brat. Ta-ta! Aw, so cute. That lousy Risky Boots. I'm gonna... Dante! Are you alright? That sounded like Sky. Oh, wrong voice. Whoa! That's one big bird. Well, this is Wrench's mama, Hatchet. She stopped by to check on her baby. And it's a good thing, too, or we'd have no way to haul you up from this chasm. Well, thanks, but I can't leave just yet. I have to find out what Risky's doing down here. Okay, but we go together. After all, there's safety in. She's getting away! Chase her! Right! Oh my god. Remind me again why I brought you. These fucking spiders. Ow. Fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you. Oh, I guess I didn't need that gem. The heck? Found a secret squid. It wasn't very secret. I wonder if this game's gonna open up at all, map-wise. Would you like to save? Saving. Do not turn off the power. I wish real life had save states. Save cancelled. What the fuck are you doing? Why would you do that? We just warned you about saving all the time. Whoa! What is this place? It's huge! Amazing! Who knew there was an enormous cavern right below the town? This cave's a lot bigger than Scuttletown. Look! It goes on for miles. A cavern this big could extend beneath all of Sequinland. Indeed it does! Risky! What in the world are you up to? What within the world are you down to? Why, I'm here to get down to business, of course. I'm sick and tired of Sequinland's sorry citizens resisting my rule, especially those pesky landlocked locations. But no more. I'm about to turn the tectonic tables on those fools. Is that a bomb? What do you mean by that? See those massive stone pillars? They stretch all the way up to the surface. They're the very foundation of Sequinland. Now imagine if I had a mechanical device, something I could use to twist those pillars. I could move any inland town to the coast, and vice versa. Every location in Sequinland would be brought right to my doorstep. Pirate pillaging made easy peasy. That's insane. Not to mention impossible. You guys? I see a lot of gizmos up there. I think we'd better get out of here. Sequinland is mine! Go back to your people and tell them that Risky Boots, their new queen, will arrive shortly to collect back payments. And if any of those simpletons need convincing, here's a small demonstration of my power. Men? Activate the tremor engine. She's nuts! Everyone out, now! We've got to warn Scuttletown and everyone in Sequinland before it's too late. You'd better tell your uncle about this right away. He's probably in his workshop at the edge of town. Why do they keep doing that with the one word? It's one word every time. I need them to stop. Wait, who are you?
Welcome to Scuttletown. I love you. Famous for its tropical beaches and horrific fish smell.
Alright, bet. Good bird. Hello? Hey, you're here as the save guy. Make sure to save your game often. Yep, just the save guy.
I wish the shop was open, but the man who worked there got eaten by monsters.
Well, shit. That sounds like something that I probably should have done. You know, Guardian Genie and all that. Hello, Sonic. Thank you for the bitlies, the pickup. Appreciate it. Hope you're having a good Saturday. Welcome in. Ah, you're so lucky to live here. Just look at all the nice people. I bet they're suckers for cheap goods and a pretty face. Now, where am I gonna set up shop? Does finding monsters leave you feeling all tired and achy? If so, try taking a bath to rejuvenate your body and mind. Just inside here. Alright, I think we're good on that. Hello there. The ocean breeze feels wonderful on my skin. Nothing could ruin a day like today. Do you realize the island is literally under siege? Out of business because I got eaten. Top man. Alright, you know what? That's fair. Oh, hi, Uncle. Uncle? It's an emergency. Indeed. I've managed to catch my beard in this infernal machine. Howdy, Frosty. Welcome in. Happy Saturday. Hope you're doing well. Thank you for the reminder. Everyone check that you ain't shrimping. Maybe in a coastal town, but there's no shrimps here. Hope you're having a good weekend. Oof! My back! It's going well. We beat Riven earlier, but we only had a little bit, so we decided to go ahead and kick off the risky revolution. I do like shrimp. That doesn't mean you should be one. Uncle, risky boot cheese. Hello, brother, motherfucker. Oh, that's smart. Ow. Oh, Uncle. Fetch me my toolbox, will you? You don't want to see what's under this bed. I left it down by the lighthouse. But Uncle, this is an Yeah! Hey! My dad is a big fan. He says you're half cheating, but half something else. What was it again? Oh yeah! Half dressed. Kid, your dad's a pervert. I managed to fix those pesky stairs of yours. They'll be fine. Just don't jostle them too much. Oh, cool! I can swim. Can I swim down? Why does this feel like Echo the Dolphin or some shit? Okay, so I can't get down there yet. I bet that's gonna be something for later. It's a toolbox! Return it to Uncle Mimic ASAP. What? Notice! This is a diving platform. Jump off the end of the plank to dive. Now press left or right to angle the dive. This makes perfect. Whee! Huh. Oh. Interesting. Come on. Shit. Right. Okay, so I think we just need to get the dive right. I don't think it's like an unlock or something that we need to find. Come on! Yes! Wait. Wait, was that it? Was it just to get back? I guess so. Alright. Still, neat. I can't talk now. Oh! Merciful heavens! Is that my toolbox? You're a lifesaver. Hand it over, will you? You gave the toolbox. Give me a second to sort myself out. Ah, glad that's over. Now then, what seems to be the trouble? Risky Boots is back and up to no good. It is Saturday. Oh dear. Why didn't somebody tell me sooner? She's built some sort of outlandish contraption deep under the ground. I think she called it a tremor engine. And she's gonna use it to move the land itself. That way she can attack any place at any time. Well, this is dire news indeed. Such power could prove cataclysmic. Huh? What's happening? What do you think is happening? Oh, we're in the desert now. Is everyone alright? What in the world was that? It felt like an earthquake. We'd better check on my town. Let's go, gang! What happened to all the water? It's a freaking Sonic capsule. I'm so dizzy. Where's the gang? Where's the gang? Gang? Oh, they're probably the other way. There they are. This is terrible! My fan cannon is facing the wrong direction. You didn't, like, build it with a pivot? Is it just stuck facing one way? Uncle, get it together, dude. No, Uncle, it's us. The entire town has been moved. You mean instead of a beautiful ocean view, I have to look at this yellow dirt? It's called sand. No different from the beach. But. Try to relax, Mayor. I can't relax because you're yelling. I'm not yelling! Risky Boots did this. She rotated the land using her underground machine. Right. So she could plunder and pillage faraway places. Rearranging the very surface of the world. It's simply incredible. But it's not my problem. I don't understand any of this. But that's why I hired a guardian genie. So long and good luck. Yeah, okay. How do you like that? Well, he's sort of right. I am the guardian genie of Scuttletown. It's my job to fix this. somehow. Shantae, get real. You are way out of your depth on this one.
Aha! That's it! As you know, I'm a long-standing member of the Relic Hunters Guild. All of us are experts on the world of old. Like me, much of which lies underground. Like me, my area of study is old world technology. Specifically, the excavation and recreation of forgotten contraptions. But 3 of our group are experts on geology. With their help, I'm certain we could reverse the effects of Risky's machine. All you need to do is locate all 3 relic hunters and bring them here.
Gee, I wonder, is there a relic hunter in the forest? In the mountains? Perhaps one in a lake? Their plan is to have someone else come up with a plan.
Exactly! Think you're up to the task?
You bet, Uncle. Where should I begin?
Maybe check a forest. Or some mountains. Or maybe a lake. The lake geologist might have gotten swallowed by a whale. With Sequinland's locations all switched around, I can't be certain.
I'll get Hatchet ready to fly. Bird's eye perspective is just what we need. We'll find those relic hunters in no time. Get him! Okay, I guess we're just gonna let him get away. Oh? You've got something to report? Out with it! So, those do-gooders think they can beat me by enlisting a few old fossils? I had a feeling that half-genie Runt would try to interfere, which is why I came up with a contingency plan. Mishmash! Flim-flam! Hogswoggle! My dearly departed captain imprisoned you for acts of treachery. I will grant you your freedom. In return, you will hunt down those relic hunters and keep them out of my hair. Are we agreed?
It will be as you say.
Then get going. I have people to punish and places to plunder. Need some water real quick. Hello, what the fuck is this? Hey, what's up? I climbed up here looking for my kid brother. Instead, I found this weird machine. Oh, that's... What? Hold up. Since when do you have a brother? Oh, right. So... I moved back home after completing my fighter's training. This gross little baby had taken over my room. I want to see him. His name's Pongo. Grandma said he was an oopsie delivery from the store. I'll be honest, I have no idea where babies come from. Wherever it is, I'm staying far, far away. You're trying to babysit and help Uncle at the same time? That sounds impossible. It is. Just keeps wandering off. Uncle or the baby? Both. Anyway, what do you make of this mechanical device? No idea. Whatever it is, looks like it's totally busted. If I had some spare parts, I could try to fix it. Alright, spare parts. Maybe the shop will have spare parts. But we gotta rescue the shop guy from getting eaten. Okay, so I'm guessing... Oh! I have no idea where we are. We need to get our bearings somehow. Why don't you search Scuttletown for clues? Alright. I go through items and tap LBDism.
But I have no items, oh no! I'm deeply concerned about the town's cash value. Fishing is our trade, but the ocean is gone, and I'm not sure how to fish in the sand. I ask all of you, rise to the occasion. Double your work hours. Work harder, not smarter. Fish more than you ever have before. If we put in more effort, the fishing is sure to improve.
Can we vote him out next season? Yeah, okay, I know. Relic hunters, they used to explore the world of old. Each year they'd show off their discoveries at the palace. Thinking about it makes me feel like a kid again. Hey, that's cool. Where can I find them? Oh, hello. Welcome to the bathhouse. A place to heal your hearts and soak your worries away. Thank you for your service, miss. Keep an eye out for crypts. What are crypts? Mini labyrinths crawling with undead. Be sure to stay away.
The more shampoo you buy, the faster and more powerful your hair will become. You should get some right away.
Well, I would. Oh! Hi, Roddy. Did you just take the store for yourself? Howdy hey, lunch meat. When it comes to pre-owned goods, I've got a fat wagon full to dump right on ya. I'm gonna give that a half and half on phrasing. I got goodies galore and killer deals. I can't stay mad at you though. Let's see. Do we have... Oh goodness, there's the shampoo. Alright, I can't afford that. Oh, it's at the bottom. Magical jar of Vanish Cream. Take no damage. Ooh! Temporary invincibility? For real? Pike Ball, Storm Puff. Lightning Strike, Fireball. Exit. Interesting. Alright, I'm just gonna... Wait, what was the Pants? Spend magic to run faster. Okay, interesting. I'm always hungry for your hard-earned money. There, see? We got through an entire conversation without him mentioning brains. I saw a frogman.
I saw a frogman by the lighthouse.
Alright then. Wait, the lighthouse is here? My poor friend. What would a frogman sound like? Shit, I can't come up with a voice for him. My poor friends. They're trapped under this bridge. Go and see for yourself, Riven. That sounds like a trap. How do I get... Oh, right. Deep and bubbly? Yeah, if I can do deep and bubbly. Oh shit, the fish is dead. The fish is gonna fucking die. Oh no.
Are you the boss around here?
Huh?
What's the big idea? We were working down in the mines, just doing what we do. Then the whole world started to rumble and shake. We must have blacked out or something. When we woke up, we'd been moved to this mushy battle pit. So, what do you want us to do? Fight to the death in your arena for sport?
Arena for sport? No, this is just a dried up.
We'll do it. But between you and me, we're kinda the mamby-pamby weaklings in the group. If you want real muscle, like seriously beefy spectacle, just like all kinds of a full steakhouse situation, you want to go here. That map leads to Mining Town. You'll find lots of tough as nails brutes there. Like, seriously, just so jacked. Just gym time, all day, every day. I swear, it's just protein. It's solid protein from one town to other. Let us go, and I promise all the combatants you can handle it. Just don't tell the other guys I sold them out.
Uh-huh. Okay. Okay, now we'll go back up. We don't want to go that way.
Whoever you are, I refuse to battle for your amusement.
We're not gonna battle for amusement, alright? Maybe we'll go talk to the other guy first. Can I sneak in here? No. Ow. Oh well, so hang on. Oh, okay, so yeah, let's take the map and we'll go back to mining. We'll take it to Sky and she can fly us to Mining Town. That makes sense. I wonder if Mining Town might have the parts. Oh, is that a new map? Or it? Let's have a look. Mining Town, huh? Under normal circumstances, that's pretty far away. You know, it stands to reason that Mining Town has traded places with Scuttle Town. If so, it should be easy enough to find. Ready to take off? Climb aboard. Okay, neat. Let's go! Everything in your mind is now mine. Move it, men. Load that booty onto the ship. My plan is working perfectly. Soon the greatest treasures the world has ever seen will belong to me. Dang, moving a mine next to a coast is kind of, like, seriously fucked up.
Old rat. How did my mind get moved to the beach? There's seawater pouring in from every direction, Riven. I've got men trapped inside.
Yeah, see, that's what I'm talking about. That's fucked up.
Others have gone missing. There are no hope for rescue.
Also, was that a fucking werewolf?
Yo. Paper Werewolf's my name.
Yeah, do you like DJ part-time?
Collecting lost media's my game. One time, I snagged one crazy rare game tape at a yard sale. Some kid had it. I saw it. Had to have it. Got it. Ate the kid. Then I lost it. This was a rare, unpublished, incomplete, one-of-a-kind prototype. Thing sat unfinished on some dude's hard drive for 22 years. Now it's lost again. Shit. All because I wore cargo pants to a trampoline party. In hindsight, that was fucking dumb. Whoopsies. If you find it, I'll make it worth your while.
Yeah, mate, alright. What's up, bro?
Where did this blasted water come from?
The ocean.
Did you see that strange baby over there?
Is this Bolo's kid brother? What? Oh, yep, it fucking is. I'll look around, double tap, and hold the right bumper to enter loop mode. While holding, press any direction to peek at the camera. Huh. Neat.
Our mining operation is ruined.
Right? Just jump down. Nope. Alright, so I gotta find a way around to him. Wait, so how did the kid get into the mine? Like, I get that he wandered off. Did he wander off so far that he wasn't taken with the rest of Bolo?
You say you're hunting relic hunters. I saw one of those old cotters near the Bramble Maze Riven. It's a rundown old ruin deep in the Orc Orchard. You won't find it without this.
Neat.
If you go there, watch your step. The Bramble Maze is a dangerous place, Riven.
I wonder if I can dive deeper by jumping from a higher spot. Not really? Not enough. I mean, that seems fairly deep, but not deep enough. There's a secret here, is there? No. Interesting. Okay. Oh, maybe over here? Okay, there's this... Right there. Oh, maybe I can swim down here. Damn it. Dang it. Dang it. Okay, so that's the way out. I wonder if we just can't... Let's go talk to Sky. Map, yep. Location of Orc Orchard. Sounds like a good place to continue our search for those relic hunters. I'll add Orc Orchard to our travel list. Ready to take off? Interesting. So yeah, we might just not be able to do anything with the mining town yet. Good God, there's 13 squids in the orchard, as opposed to just 3 in the mining town. I'm guessing we need a genie power or something that'll let us swim. You stop bouncing. Ow, motherfucker. Man, I haven't seen visuals like this in a long ass time. No you don't, motherfucker. Get your ass back here! Oh, you exploded in the bones. Oh! It's like a fun... Oh, okay, there we go. I thought I was stuck for a second. Okay. Huh. It's a pretty interesting idea. Ooh, a dungeon. A heart holder. Now I've got 4 hearts. Are you gonna jump back? I guess not. Oh, now he's there. Son of a biscuit! Shut up! Ow! Oh, well, I found Risky. Hey! Risky! Back here! You dumb butt! I hate this guy. I hate this motherfucker. Ow! Oh shit, I'm gonna die. That's not ideal. Oh, good timing on that. Thank you. Much appreciated. I hate these things and their stupid face. Shit. Did you stop giving me magic when I don't have anything to spend it on? I would really appreciate that. The heck? Got me a relic hunter. Yes, I did. He's locked up tight. No way in. I've shut off the water myself. Har har har. Hugs and kisses. Mishmash. Chap, what do you mean by this? Fuck it. It's not worth it. It's not worth it just to kill a spider. Oh shit! Wow, rude. Oh, now you give me a heart. Fuck you! Oh, son of a bitch! Alright, we gotta go find everything again. Maybe I should just use a D-pad. Alright, so I think this was, yeah, this is the heart folder. That was actually the only thing. The other cavern just had like a heart replenishment. Ow! Die. Die. Eat shit. Eat shit. Give me a heart. Thank you. Because I think that's all this is. Yeah. Okay. Your stupid face! No, shut up. Okay, and then, yeah, so that's where we need to get to. I hate you. Ow, are you serious? Oh, this is... Oh my god, how many of you are there? Fucking teddy bears from hell. Really good farming option though. You can just sit here and collect gems forever. Okay, so you're gonna bounce back. Ow, motherfucker! Die. No. Oh, I really need a heart. Oh, thank you. Oh! Oh, wait. Okay, so it's in the background. In the rear parallax. But I need to... So there's something that I need to do back here to get into that cavern. Look at that little guy. Don't you dare. Huh. Alright. Saving. Ow! Fucker! I hate you. it's not. Shit, I'm gonna. Okay, well, at least I killed him. Give me a heart. I hate. Why do you keep doing this to me? You keep giving me magic. I don't have anything to spend it on. Am I not supposed to be able to reach that? I guess not. The fuck? Oh, okay. Fascinating. Oh shit! Ah! Yay! Oh, okay, so then I can like send it, bounce it way down. I gotta do that one more time. Oh, gotta be faster somehow. Uh-oh, nope. Okay. A little bit more. There we go. That's a cute puzzle. I like that. Alright, so what am I? Okay, cool. Hello? What is this? No? What am I supposed to do here? Is there anything that I can do? Not yet, I don't think. What the fuck? Oh my god, what the fuck? Ah! Jesus! And next. This guy's kinda terrifying. Oh my god, he ate me. Ah, stop that! You creepy motherfucker. Ah! Are you what? Fuck you! Fuck you! Let me go! Woo! And then he exploded. A wish charm. Find a fountain and wish big. Well, I'm guessing that's what this is about. Let's see. Yes? Find a fountain and make a wish. Gonna tell me how to do that? Key items. I mean, I'm assuming this is the fountain that I need. I just... what button am I supposed to hit here? Weird. Very weird indeed. Let me look it up really quickly. Proper dungeon. Okay. Mini boss or bouncing puzzle. Okay. But how do I use it? Let's go ahead and save. I don't see anything that I'm like missing. I see the little block with the arrow, but there's nothing I can really do there. Huh. Let's see. Magic items. Magic jam. I don't know. It feels like I should be able to do something, but nothing's happening. I'm also pretty sure I can't leave that way. You don't have this magic item yet. What? How do I make a wish? Yeah, I'm very confused just because it seems like I'm supposed to have... Like, I have the charm, It seems like I'm supposed to be able to come use it at the fountain, but I don't see an option here. I'm guessing. Oh, okay. So it's not toxic despite being green. I thought it was like an acid pool. But I can't do anything yet. Is the game just soft locked? Or am I stupid? Let me see if I can find something that explains what's supposed to happen here. Okay. I hate when people like make a video explaining something. It's like, this could have been a forum post, dude. Okay. I'm gonna watch somebody's playthrough just to see. Part 5. Why did you start at part 5? I hate you. Whatever. whatever. We'll figure it out. We'll get there. Let's see. Risky. Episode 1. That's fine. And then you talk to the people, you get the thing, we get in here. Complete the things. Okay, here we go. So, fight the dude. Kill him. Get the wish gem. Goes back to the save. Comes in here. How did she get it to interact? What? That was stupid. What? I think it was up in X. Oh my. Welcome, daughter of the genies. This powerful dance magic will help to guide your way. While dancing, press down to transform. In crowd form, you can sink into deep water, or transform back to rise upwards. Okay. Well, I'm gonna do this so I don't have to go through that again. I don't know, it was just very weird because it seemed like it was... it didn't allow the normal interactions that work for everything else in the game. Okay, interesting. I take the transformation off. Oh, can I, like... What do you mean there's no secret over here? Fuck you. Wait, but I'm stuck now. I feel like there's some quality of life stuff in the later games. Okay. Oh, ow. I saw that secret. I saw that secret. I do like the Shantae games. And, you know, it's somewhat fair that it's like this is actually quite an old one. It doesn't necessarily have some of the particulars figured out compared to later games. I hate you. At least we got this figured out already. Yeah, I think it was just like up and X instead of just normal X to attack. Come on, shoot, you bastard. There you go. Swim! Alright, hang on, Skeleton. I'll be back for you in a minute. I gotta get this here. I gotta get hit this squid. Secret squid! Die. Oh, I'm dead! Okay, and this is where I was before. Shut up! Sure, why not? Let's say it again. Ow, motherfucker. Well, now I need both of those. Alright. Good. Yeah, flip back here, you bastard. There you go. Die. Scum. Ow. Fuck you. Oh, wait, hang on. Let's see what's down here. I think it was just gems. I think it was just money. Oh, hello. Listen up, men. This tremor switch connects directly to my machine down below. It shifts the land between its normal and swap states. So whatever you imbeciles do, don't push the button. Got it? Good. I want to push it. Honk. Oh, look at that. Wonder if we unlocked any other secrets down here as a consequence of that. Okay, so that'll get me, excuse me, that'll get me to the final dungeon, I think. Oh god, it's the nightmare bear scenario. Okay, I'm just gonna keep going. Fuck all that. Oh, hello. There's definitely a secret down there. There you are. It might actually be locked in here with this configuration. Oh boy. Fuck you. Stupid smiley faces. Keep going. There you are. Ooh, this place seems nice. So we need a key. Where are we gonna find one of those? Damn it! Are you serious? Oh, I see. Could you? Okay. 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 Ow! Motherfucker. Okay. 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 Oh, go. Okay, so I can't get up there yet. Wiggly wiggly. Oh, motherfucker. Whatever. Iframes. Iframes. Oh, motherfucker. My greed has been my undoing. Okay. Wiggle, wiggle. Maybe I should have bought magic items so I could actually spend stuff on it. Whatever, I'll get it later. Oh, fuck. It was probably honestly fine where it was. I didn't need to hit it. But in my hubris, I thought I could position it better. But I was a fool. Oh, I see. No, shit. Get that out of here. Hello, chest. Woo. No. God, are you serious? We gotta go all the way back. Get that stupid fucking squid. That's mean. Yes, we are going back for the squid. Well, at least, like, the exploding walls and such don't come back, so we don't have as much to sort of redo. Oh, fuck off. Nope. There we go. Perfect hit. Alright, so then we're gonna go down here, and we just need to hug it. There we go. It's like, you're not gonna know to do that until you've seen it. Alright, so that's open. Who the fuck are you? Oh, you did not, you little shit. The hell? What's going on here? Are these leaves? They look like leaves. Interesting. You know, a lot of these secret squids are not super secret. They're kind of just chilling out. But I suppose that's how there can be 13 of them. Fuck you. Oi mate, fuck you. You guys are being real little shits, aren't you? Okay, so I feel like we just went around in a circle, so what am I supposed to do here? I guess we can go down here and look. How's this silly little guy? Look at him. Oh, he's dead. There's another squid in there. I'm gonna need to figure out how to get him. Oh, there's another fountain. Okay. I bet you there's gonna be a mini-boss in this direction. Okay, so maybe I can't get in there yet. Roddy? Get bargains from Roddy over my dead body. Well, now that you're here, let's see, consumable item that refills your health from magic. Okay. Give me that. And we'll do Pike Ball. And then I think we can do our first dance upgrade, set up drops from further away. MP Saver, Shampoo. Alright. Okay, so the first shampoo is only one. Let's Greedy Jar. Magical objects that make gem drops increase. Oh, I can't afford that now. Alright, well give me the Attract up. We'll get the Greedy next. If we end up resetting, I might go for the other thing instead. Twitch device is broken down. If only I had a wing nut. Uh-oh. Hang on, do I have... Oh, okay. Oh, so I hold to cycle it. I swear it said the opposite. I swear it was hold to use it and tap to cycle it, but whatever. Huh? Left it is then. Oh, that's not great. Oh, you little shits. Pike ball! Fuck you! Good pike ball. A key. Alright. So now we can go to the now we can go down the other hall. Oh. What? Wait, what? What the hell? Oh, what the? Oh, that would have been perfect too. So I have to like get it to land in one of the blocks. Who the fuck? There we go. Can I go now? Hey, wish gem. Find the fountain and wish big. Alright, let's go. Goodness, I wish I had the map. Alright, yeah, I think this is where we just were. We gotta go back across. Okay. We go back here. And then we need the wing nut. Get that. Alright, still don't have quite... Well, because I spent more money, I need 106 to get the gem increaser. Oh god, where was the frickin'... Where was the fountain? I think it was down here. Yeah, here we go. Let's do it. Oh, pretty water lady. Welcome, daughter of the genies. This powerful dance magic will help to guide your way. A monkey! Use it to climb up walls and jump really high. While dancing, press right to transform. Oh, interesting. So silly. I love the transformations, they're so cute. Oh, and then that lets me out of here. See, this is movement tech. This improves your movement speed, lets you traverse dungeons faster. This is actually... Fucker. It's actually optimum gameplay. Shut up. Oh, and then I can go this way. Heart, please, motherfucker. Cool. Oh shit, am I gonna die? God damn it. Where am I? Do I have... Okay, so I do have the wish charm. We got through that part. I just need to go back down and actually... unlock it again. Okay, so it wasn't actually that far back. Hello, daughter of genies. Didn't I just give this to you? What, did you die or something? Oh, that's what I did. Okay. I think we can just go up here. Get some more money, get some hearts. Okay. Yeah, I'm like trying to start my movement before we're actually like done. So I'm just like hitting the transformation right away. I gotta get a bit better about that, I suppose. I think we'll finish up this dungeon and then we'll jump over to art time. 'Cause I think we're close. Yeah. Sort of typical fashion for these games, we have found the unlockable for the dungeon. Ow, you little shits. Oh, I bet it's up there. I bet it's up there. Maybe? We actually reached that? Maybe we can't. I feel like there's supposed to be a dungeon map, but maybe not. You little fucker. Okay, yeah, we did this. This is where we got the monkey form. Wasn't there a hidden room somewhere with a squid for us to find? I feel like we saw that earlier. I'm gonna save just so I don't have to do all that again. Shantae's always been pretty generous with its save states. Wingnut. Okay, so I did this one already. Yeah, we did all this. So what else is there? Yeah, this just goes this way. What am I missing? Upper. We did this. We got the key. Either there's a way that we get back up this way, or there's something in the bottom right that I'm forgetting about. We'll go try it. Let's go check. Yeah, because we opened this already. Ah, shit! Okay, I guess you can just skip that platform entirely. Oh, this is why I'm forgetting, I think. Maybe? Okay, yeah, so that came down from... What do you think? Is there something up here? Oh, wait, was it this? Right, no, we did this. And then that went down into here. And then that comes over here. What am I forgetting? Right, because the room to the left is where we got the key to unlock that. So this whole thing is done. Where am I forgetting? What am I overlooking? Roddy's not gonna help me. Roddy's just gonna laugh at me being lost. Let's see. Over here, over here. I don't think I can clear that jump. No, not quite. I would need like a conveniently placed block. Is there something up here that I'm overlooking? I don't think there is. No. No, there couldn't be. God damn it. Right, the monkey. Right, and then we got the bomb, and then that was just that. Yeah, so we did this. This is good. And then the bottom right, I don't think has anything. But that's the only thing left to do, so let's go do it. Fuck you. There's gotta be something in here that I'm forgetting about. Okay, so nothing up. We go down, down, down. Okay, that's the fountain where you got the monkey. And then we go over here. Oh, there's the squid that I was trying to figure out. It must be this. Yeah, because there was no way that we could climb this before. Ow. 2, 3. Okay, so I think the sort of trick to this is we have to get... We have to jump onto that wall without... There we go. No? Okay, so there's no... Where's the secret entrance? It has to be on one of these walls, right? Oh, there it is. Alright. So we got that, and then yeah, I think what I was forgetting or overlooking is we need to go up here. There we go. Yeah, it took a minute, but we got there. We figured it out. Fucking things. There you go. Cool. Alright. There. Okay. I figure we're gonna want to start. Oh, it's not lit. There we go.
Is this your first time playing a shanty game, or had you played it before?
I've played the other Shantae games. This is the first time playing Risky Revenge. Damn it. Come on. Right up. There we go. Alright. All the way down the pit now, please. Both of them? Thank you. Yeah, I think I've played every Shantae except for the original Game Boy Color one. Ooh, is this the wing nut? That's the wing nut! Monster's Lair. Okay, and then this takes us back here. Alright. Is there a... No, it was down? Goodness, a dungeon map would be so helpful. Okay, here we go. Unfortunately, I do not have enough money. Well, we don't really need the gem multiplier, but question is there anything that I want to get from Roddy before we go in? Refills health. Super Vial? What does Super Vial do? Refills health and magic. Okay, nice. There's a candy, Ace of can. Okay. Blow cake. Defy gravity. Windmint. Divide and conquer. Interesting. MP Saver, Shampoo DX. Alright. We're gonna save our money for now. Switch device is broken down. Not anymore, it ain't. There we go. More? More! More! There you go. Can we go? Oh, it's down. Sure.
Come to collect the relic hunter.
Who said that?
No one of note. Just a voice from the shadows, bub. I'll put a stop to your snooping around. Watch out. The smash is gonna squish and smash.
Smash. Oh, goodness. Ow. Ah! Stop that. How do I get around him? Do I just have to, like, tank a hit there? Oh, wait, I'm stupid. Yippee! Oh, I can drop bombs on him, too. Maybe. Yeah, howdy, Chisho. Yeah, we finished up Riven, so we finished it up really early, so I thought we would just go ahead and get the next game going. Oh, there they go. Oh! Oh! Oh, he did not like that. How you doing, Tisho? How's your weekend going? Ow! Punk bitch. Oh, he's dead. I'm doing pretty well. I started my vacation, so I'm gonna get a good week of rest and relaxation in. I'm very much looking forward to it. Good gravy, baby. I was expecting a big stomping, drooling monster come to gobble down on yours truly. Who in the high-hopping whomdorm are you? Guardian Genie Shantae, at your service. I'm Uncle Mimic's daughter. Uncle Mimic? Hold up. Are you saying that dusty old relic hunter is your dad? That thing can make kids? He sent me to find you. But we didn't know that you'd been captured by monsters. That big ugly back there said I knew too much. What's that mean? I know too much? What do I know? I just study rocks. And that's exactly why Uncle Mimic needs you. If you say so. Anyway, name's Boris. I'll head to your uncle's workshop lickety-split and see for myself what all this hubbub is really about. Swing by Scuttletown later on, okay? You bet! That's one relic hunter rescued. Would you like to save? Yes? Do not turn off the power. Nice. Alright. Let out. You know know what? Fuck it. Fuck it. That'll work. That's a good stopping point. Okay, cool. Oh, that's good. Alright. So how about let's go ahead and take our break. I think it's a good stopping point. So we'll take a break. I'm gonna go grab my tea, do some stretches. Everyone should do a little bit of self-care. Get something to eat, something to drink, use the bathroom, stretch, whatever you gotta do. And when we get back, we're gonna go do some art time. Let me, I don't know, do you guys want to just jam to this while I'm gone? Or would you rather put on something else? It's kind of a bop if I'm being honest. Alright, I'll just let this run for a little bit, and then when I get back, we'll put on some lo-fi or some such. Alright, let me put the banner up. There you are. And I will see you all in a little bit. I'm gonna run some ads while I'm gone, so I appreciate your patience with that. Alright, see y'all soon. Boy! Okay, chat. Hello. I'm back. Hello. Hi. Did everyone have a good break? Did y'all enjoy yourselves? Did you get something? Did you do self-care? Are you taking care of yourselves? You better be. I'm gonna be very upset if you're not taking care of yourselves. Alright. Let's go ahead and close out the game. We did save right before we exited, so I think we're fine there. What is this? Oh, a tracked up. Got it. Alright. So we're gonna quit. I'm sure. I'm just really curious. Oh, that's cute. That's cute. Excellent. Oh, look at that. Oh. Okay, so it's like, it still has a lot of the same ideas. Okay, and then it's just like really low res. Well, so here's the question that I would have. I wonder if they were going to have these talking cards before, because they look very similar, right? They look very similar to what we ended up getting in the high-res version of the game. So I'm kind of wondering if they just downscaled them, or if this is what it was going to look like originally. You know? I don't feel like it necessarily is, because the other thing to consider is that Shantae's like visual style has evolved quite a lot over the years, and this looks very up-to-date and modern for the talking cards. So, you know, not to talk smack or anything, but it does kind of look like just a downscaled version rather than, you know, something what might have originally been in the game. To be fair, though, I don't know what, you know, how far they got with development originally. I don't know if they had made any decisions about that, or if they had even gotten to a point where cinematics were something that they had put any work into. So they might have just not, there might not have been anything to replace, right? So that's certainly a possibility. Then it might not just be like, oh, devs were so lazy. It's like, yeah, we're gonna include this as an option if you want to have the classic style, but you know, making a ton more art assets to make that work is just not gonna make a lot of sense, you know? Alright, let me pour some tea really quickly, and then we will get a drawing. That was the wrong screen. There we go. Yeah, by comparison, you know, just taking the high-res art and then just like lower the resolution and scale it back up to pixelate it is just like half a day's work. So I hardly blame them for going that route if that is indeed sort of what they opted to do, you know? I do feel like at one point they did a Q&A where they were talking sort of about the decisions that they were making for the game. One second, I gotta plug my phone in. Battery's running low. You know, this is a game that had just like disappeared for a long time. And, you know, it's like, okay, so you were making this game in like the early to mid 2000s. I mean, it even said in the game, it's been 22 years since this game was supposed to come out. And it just kind of went MIA for that entire time. So it's like, we could modernize it, right? We could take the lessons that we learned from the subsequent games that we have done, and we could, you know, sort of bring it into the modern day, but that's not really what we want to do, right? We're not sort of recycling the content that we had developed before to make a new game. We want to, you know, honor the game that was going to be made at the time. So certain quality of life stuff like a dungeon map doesn't seem to have made it into the game because they were like, it wasn't going to be in there before, so we're not going to have it now. Which I think is understandable. It's fair. Would certainly have made navigation a little bit easier, but not a big deal one way or the other. I will say, I think I don't think many of WayForward's games are really in a place of being like tangled up in the whole dissatisfaction with modern games, right? I think as a general sort of design group, they tend to lean very sort of classically minded. They tend to be very sort of casual and arcadey with their designs. So if anything, I feel like they're sort of dodging a lot of the bullets, but let me pull my reference up. I think it is a little bit of very, not opportunity, what's the word? Serendipitous, I suppose you might say. A very fortunate meeting of time and intention to release a early 2000s game in a year where it feels like a lot of players are really sort of getting kind of burnt out on modern game development practices and just kind of want to go back to simpler times with simpler games. Gamers like, man, I really just want to go back to that age from like the early 2000s when games were just games and they were fun and they weren't so complicated. And WayForward is just like, have we got news for you? I think you're really gonna like this. I just want a game, man. I mean, that's kind of it, right? That's kind of the sentiment right now. You know, games can be complicated, right? They can have layering systems. They can have a lot of, you know, stuff going on with them. I think most MMOs are really dependent on that happening. But I think sort of at the same time, I don't know, there's multiple things. And I know we've been talking about this a lot, but I do think it is really important. It's something that I care about quite a bit because I think it's going to be very sort of important to the health of game development going forward. You know, there was that one quote that I read the other night of, you know, you should be enjoying a game for its intrinsic value, right? What within the game's own play experience is exciting and rewarding enough that you want to play the game, right? If you are playing it for extrinsic rewards, loot boxes, battle pass completion, then you're not enjoying the game for the game's own sake. And I'm gonna drop a hot take, I'm gonna drop a controversial thing because I know some people really like this, and that's fine, but I'm gonna say it anyway. I think achievements are part of this. So I'm forgetting the name of the system, but there's a something or other that came out, which basically sort of adds achievements to retro games, right? You can have achievement boards for like N64 and PS1 and PS2 games, right? Games that never would have had achievements in their own sort of release times. It's like, okay, well, we went back and we added Steam style achievements for these classic games, right? And for people that like achievements, I have heard very good things about it. There's like, oh, it breathes life into this game that I have played many times before. Now there's effectively new stuff to do with it, right? I can go in and I can achievement hunt in these games that I love. Some people like achievement hunting, and that's fine. But I would say, like, there's a difference between you get a game and the only thing that you care about is achievement hunting in it, and you get a game and you like it and you complete it and then you want to achievement hunt, right? It's like, I like this game and I want to complete it. I want to see and do everything that the game has to offer. I think those are different things. I guess it's fine just to sort of finish on that avenue. Like, if you are an achievement hunter, right? Like, the satisfaction that you get from playing video games is marking off those scoreboards. Like, if that is just the way that you approach and enjoy video games, that's not a terrible thing, right? That is not something that is like a bad way to approach it, right? That's fine. I'm not telling you how, well, I guess I kind of am. Achievements are kind of in the middle for me, right? Because I feel like they're extrinsic, but they're still tied into the gameplay itself, right? As opposed to some sort of reward system that asks you to play the game. No games without save points. Levels 1 through 3. What about level 30? I said I like playing at the game. I'm not good at it. I've never seen level 30. So, I don't know, like, obviously, there are a lot of games that are being put on blast for, loot boxes and battle passes and microtransactions and monetization and gacha systems. Like, all of these are like, okay, but do you enjoy playing the game, right? Are you playing the game because the act of playing it itself is fun and enjoyable and you get a lot of satisfaction out of it? Or are you just waiting for the next opportunity for more rewards? Because if it's the latter, you should find another game. You should find a game that you actually enjoy the act of getting the rewards and not just the reward itself. It's part of why, so in like Elite and Star Citizen, and frankly most MMOs, you know, there's always guides that get released to YouTube and whatnot of like, make 20 gazillion gold or credits in an hour, you know, here's how to make money quickly. It's like, okay, but am I having fun doing that? No, but it'll make you money super pass, right? Just skip it. I would rather do the parts of the game that I enjoy and make money at a slower but more entertaining rate than, you know, go fast, make money, but be bored or frustrated while I'm doing it. Yeah, like I've done mining in Elite Dangerous. I wouldn't say it's my favorite thing to do, but I like it. I got nothing against the mining gameplay loop. I've got nothing against the exploration gameplay loop. I've actually done like 2 exploration expeditions and they were quite fun. A little repetitive. It's like after a certain point you've seen one giant snowball, you've seen them all. But, you know, the idea of, well, especially, and you play a lot of Elite, help me out here. Have they always had first discovery markers? Because I know with Odyssey, they introduced first footfalls on walkable planets. I don't know how long they've had first discovery. But that was always a very cool thing of like, you could leave your mark on the game, right? Other people would arrive in a system that you were the first one to discover, and it would tell you. It's always been first discovery. Okay, so that's been there since launch. I remember there was a lot of hullabaloo when Odyssey came out because all the console players were like, well, it's coming out for PC first. They're going to be able to nab up the first footfalls on all the planets, and none of us console players will be able to get in and get our credits on anything. I was like the idea of my screen name becoming part of the game. It's cool. It's cool. I remember in World of Warcraft, there was a big event back during Vanilla at one of the raids called the Gates of Ankh-Raj, which was like a server-wide thing that the Alliance and Horde players had to, you know, collect raw materials and craft bandages and other such goods to sort of support the war effort as these I don't remember what they were called, but the bug people that have been entombed within the ancient city of Ankh-Raj were breaking free and, you know, invading the surrounding territories, and so the Alliance and Horde had, you know, mustered forces to fight. And it was like this long thing, and the top contributing guilds and players, I think, got like memorialized as part of it. And then the top server, the server that sort of completed the event first and collected all the materials to muster the counterattack on the gates of the city, got, you know, recognized and got a special reward or something. So yeah, there's famous stuff like that, and then there's just sort of like colloquial stuff, you know, like in Helldivers. Malevolent Creek just sort of ended up becoming a rallying cry for the community. Like, it wasn't necessarily anything that the developers had planned, it was just sort of the way that the game ended up playing. The emergence of narrative events turned this one particular system into a big deal for the community, and everyone really like rallied around the battle for Malevolent Creek. And part of why I ended up, because I had been taking a break for Star Citizen for a while. You know, the game had been in one of its low points. I wasn't really happy with it, and I was just like, I'm gonna take a break. I'll walk away. I'm gonna come back. I'll check it out later and see if you guys have sort of got the ship in a better shape. I think for the most part they have. I think it is running smoother despite today's issues. That's okay. But part of why I had sort of decided to do it was, you know, I had various games that I sort of have on the thing, right? I've got Dune Awakening, I've got Warframe, I've got No Man's Sky, and I was sort of looking at all of them in this, I would dare even say, unhealthy sort of mindset of which one would be the best allocation of my time, right? Which one do I want to dedicate time to? And I would feel like I'm getting the most progression out of, the most satisfaction in how I would be spending the time. And I'm like, I had to sort of grapple with that and pull myself back and just be like, Tyga, you're playing a game. What game is going to be the most fun to play right now? Don't worry about progression. Don't worry about reward systems or you know, check boxes. Just have fun with the game. Which one is going to be entertaining? Right? If I'm just concerned with getting something done, I shouldn't play games. I should work on my game or make more artwork, right? So I booted up Star Citizen again because yes, there's progression that I want to do in Star Citizen. I want to unlock more ships. You know, there is more stuff that they have planned as far as character progression is concerned, you know, reputation unlocks and such like that. But right now, it's basically just get more credits to buy more ships. And so, you know, I'm working away at that little by little, but you know, most of what I'm doing on my sort of day-to-day gameplay is I'm just doing whatever missions sound interesting, and you know, I'm ticking my way up to that 7.5 mil that I need to buy the Guardian. But I'm actually having fun doing it. I'm not just, you know, trying to blast that number up as fast as I can so that I can get the ship and be like, okay, cool, now what? Now I get to actually play the game. Why couldn't I have been doing that while I was working to get the ship? Well, because you have to get the ship, right, but I wanted to play the game. Like, I did that. in WoW, when I originally played back in high school, I had friends that had been playing for longer, right? They were already like into the higher levels. You know, the one had been playing before the rest of us was already max level. I wanted to catch up to them, so I followed a guide. I followed a power leveling guide. I'm like, go here, do this in this order. This will get you the XP the fastest, so that you can get to max level. And I did that, and you know, it's fine. It worked, but in retrospect, there is a lot of the game that I skipped effectively. I just never really paid attention to it. I never appreciated the areas or the quests or sort of what I was doing or how I was growing my character. I just did what the guide told me. And, you know, I think I played WoW for like 2 or 3 years, something like 3 years. That's sort of my normal burnout period for MMOs. But I don't think my experience in Burning Crusade was as full as it probably could have been if I had just taken my time and played my way through the game. It's still very messy. We'll see if I can clean it up more. Okay, I do want to work on that. I think the sleeves are in a pretty good spot. We got some mess in here, but it's not too bad. What I want to do first, because we haven't really touched on it at all, is I want to work on the background. And part of what I want to do, we're going to get rid of all this. We'll keep that one. That one's fine. But I decided sort of doing the landscape all the way out to the mountains felt small. It felt like I was setting myself up for too much work with not enough reward. So I wanted to just sort of focus in on the character, on Oni and the tree, and sort of have that sense of like climbing it and ascending, rather than putting as much focus into the background. I love WoW when I played it was never intense about though, just focus on leveling up so I could explore. See, I feel like that's a fine reason to explore, right? And you know, if you're, yeah, just sort of like, I want to get stronger so that I can actually sort of pass through that level boundary and see what's on the other side. I think that's good. Having the motivations to level up is fine. I think that's good. But I think, you know, like you were essentially doing the opposite of what I was doing. I feel like you were leveling up to experience the game. I was effectively sort of leveling up to skip it. I wanted to skip to the end so that I could be, you know, at the point where my friends were. Which, you know, from a social aspect, yeah, I kind of mashed those two words together. You know, it's not bad, it's not wrong, it's just, I do have some regrets about not necessarily experiencing the game as fully as I might have otherwise, you know? So, I've been thinking about this a lot because of Star Citizen. Star Citizen is in a really interesting place with this, but I think this is a truth for most MMOs. I think it's something that a lot of theme park MMOs are struggling with. The way it does make sense, though, it's just a different orientation. What, you mean like focusing on getting through the game to get to the end game and play more socially? Like, I think that's, again, it's not wrong per se. I think it just skips a lot of the content of the game, right? That was a huge problem with Guild Wars 2 when it launched, is, you know, they spent a ton of time, like in 1.0, most of the game's content was in the leveling, it was in the progression, right? It was in this world that you would work through and grow through and get stronger and play through the story and experience all the areas, etc., etc. And people just power leveled it, right? They just bum rushed the game, as is frequent for players, especially, you know, MMO enthusiasts. By the time Guild Wars 2 came out, they just powered the progression and got to the end and went, okay, cool, where's the game? And it's like, you sprinted past it. They put all of their dev time into the leveling experience. The end game hasn't been made yet. Which, yeah, you could argue was ArenaNet's fault for not recognizing the expectations of their players, but I think you could also argue that it was sort of on the players to not sort of recognize what the game was trying to tell them. And yeah, like, the leveling experience isn't gonna last forever. Eventually, most of your community is gonna hit max level, but I think their hope was that it would have more time to develop content of that level before players got there en masse, and that really didn't happen. So on that social point, this was the thing that I was going to talk about. So there's been a frustrating amount of back and forth, frankly, about the social versus solo gameplay in Star Citizen, right? There's a lot of people that are like, oh, you know, you're only making content for orgs, you're not making stuff that solo players can engage with. I want to be able to do this, I want to be able to do that, I want to be able to do all of it on my own, right? I don't want to have to sign up with people, sign up with a group, or, you know, have to wrangle my friends into the game to be able to participate in this gameplay. Which is, I don't know, like, I'm predominantly, almost exclusively, a solo player in Star Citizen right now. I am thinking about signing up, applying to an org, and I do have a couple of friends that have bought the game, and so, you know, we might all try and start actually playing sometime, but that's sort of hypothetical still. But I think MMOs in general kind of have a problem of being massive and they're online, but a lot of them are not really multiplayer anymore. Right? Like, take, I don't know what the number structure in Warcraft is at this point, and I don't know what the more sort of structured systems in Guild Wars 2 ended up looking like, so I can't really speak to those. The only one that I can really speak to with a lot of experience or expertise is Final Fantasy 14. And most of that, you know, is... So the story at this point can be pretty much entirely run by yourself, right? They've added in the support NPCs, and all of the dungeons that are being made are designed in such a way that the NPC's AI can understand and work with it. So, you know, at least the first time that you run the dungeon, when you're doing the story content, you don't need to run it with any other players. Which I typically do, just because, you know, the NPC characters will have little extra, like, dialogue tidbits or whatever, so it just makes the story a little bit richer. It's neat. But you know, if you are running dungeons, that's 4 people. And if you're running the tier raids, that is 8 people, the full party. If you're running alliance raids, that is 3 parties, so 24 people. Right? And typically, the parties, either it's just a 24-person Zerg, right? Everyone's just sort of piled in together as a giant mash of people and visual effects, or the group sort of gets split up by party again. So you're back down to 8 people, and you're sort of focusing on your party and hoping that the other 2 parties are able to do their job without needing assistance. Which, it's a mixed bag. But it's really not until you get to the extreme trial fights or the savage raids that you start needing to seriously coordinate with other players. Right? The alliance raids, you just queue up for them. You get brought in with 23 random other people or 7 random other people. And because the game sort of allows for that to happen, the designs of the encounters can't be too complicated, because they're like, okay, well, we can't expect too much sort of coordination or pre-planning from the players. They haven't had time to do that, right? They didn't sit in a lobby together, form groups beforehand to say, we're gonna do this, and you know, you're gonna bring this job, and you're gonna bring this job, and we'll do these things at this time, and sort of figure out what the strategy is, right? Everyone just kind of brought whatever they brought, and you go from there. Which makes it very approachable, right? It's very easy to just log on and do your dailies, but it lacks social aspect, right? Because, like I was saying sometime before, you're not really necessarily treating the other people in the group as people in your party. They're NPCs a lot of times, right? They're just the necessary element to complete the dungeon, complete your daily, and then you say thank you, goodbye. You take your daily tokens and your rewards, whatever you get in the pool, and you leave. You know, I've seen some more social groups, right, where they will have some chatter and some banter. You know, it's not 100% everyone is completely antisocial, but you know, I think compare that to like older WoW raids or Final Fantasy 11 raids, such as they were, where it's like, yeah, we need to actually put the group together beforehand, or even, you know, the savage level raids in 14. Where it's like, we're going to effectively make a pre-made. We're going to put together a group and figure out who's bringing what and what the plan is. And everyone needs to you know, read up on the strategies, do your homework, do your research, know what it is that you're supposed to do, and then we're gonna go practice it until we clear. Right, so that actually becomes like a social thing. It becomes a thing that the players need to work with each other to achieve victory. It's not just, yeah, we're all just gonna run at this thing until it dies. So, you know, and I've only tried EVE Online a couple of times. I can't really speak to what's going on there. Like, Elite Dangerous, you technically can play together. There's not a lot of motivation in a lot of cases, other than everyone sort of bringing their guns to a firefight, or, you know, going out and exploring or mining together. But there's no like benefit in the, I guess there are modifications you can make to some of your weapons to turn them into healing lasers and like repair each other's holes, but you know, people have to like really specifically want to do that. It's not sort of built into the DNA of the game that people are gonna come on support builds ever. EVE Online does have a lot of sort of group dynamic and support structure on, I'm not gonna say necessarily the harder content, but like if corporations are shooting each other, you know, they're attacking each other's strongholds and star bases and whatever, they will absolutely be like, okay, Jim, your job, your only job is to do this thing. You don't even need to bring guns. You're not going to be shooting at anybody. We want you to just do shield buffing or whatever the case is, right? Like this is your one thing, and we need you to focus on it, right? That is your contribution to the group. Which on one hand sounds kind of shitty, right? Like, oh, you know, you're shoehorned into this specific role, but I don't know, sometimes it's kind of fun to be like, this is my responsibility, right? This is the thing that the group is counting on me to do. It makes you feel important. It makes you feel like you have a purpose for being there, and you're not just sort of part of the gun crew, right? Just the mass mob of damage. I don't know, like Star Citizen's working on getting their engineering rolled out, and there's always some contingency at the player base. It's like, how many people are gonna just want to sit there and do engineering? Like, their entire role is just gonna be to run around the ship replacing fuses and fixing parts, and I'm like, I don't know, that sounds kind of fun. Like, the ship's, you know, under fire, the gunners are all shouting at each other, the captain's giving orders, and you're just like running up and down the halls of the ship as sparks fly and smoke spews out, and you have to like grab the fire hydrant and put out the fire before it spreads, and grab this part, swap it out, you can repair it later, just put a fresh one in. I don't know, it sounds cool, and to me it also sounds like a fun way to like give people a way to participate in combat, even if they're not really like shooter enthusiasts, right? But I think sort of the point that I really want to focus in on with that is the players. It does require multiplayer, right? It requires coordination between players on who is responsible for what. And yes, you're not going to be able to do it by yourself. I'm going to make a game that's just that. Absolutely. I'm pretty sure those games already exist. I'm pretty sure there are already games where like the entire thing that you are trying to do is just keep something up and running. Like it's not engineering, right? But what's the kitchen restaurant game? It's like Cook Off or something? It's not like isometric co-op game where you're running a restaurant or whatever. I know there's like 20 bajillion of them, but it was a fairly fun, or it's like a fairly popular game on stream for a little while. Captain, the warp core is losing containment. She won't hold much longer. So, I don't know, like people are like, oh, I want to be able to do this solo. I want to be able to fly this big ship by myself. I want to be able to do this. And this is like, you can't. You can't. You won't be able to. That's not the intention of the game. You are going to have to play multiplayer. It is an MMO, right? And yes, you will be able to do most of the various gameplay loops by yourself, right? There will be single-seater ships for mining, for combat, for salvage, for trading, for exploration, for whatever it is that you want to do, right? All of those things will be available in solo mode options. And hell, there will probably be some availability to do like crafting and base building as a solo thing. Some of the early versions of what they were showing for base building were just like comfy little, still sci-fi looking, but cottages, right? Little homesteads out in the forest or out on the fields. Not these massive org bases that are going to be, running industry and trade and military positions, but just a comfy little place to be. So I think it is a reasonable enough expectation that you'll still be able to do that, right? You'll still be able to go out and sort of run most of the styles of gameplay by yourself. But there are going to be levels to the gameplay. There are going to be, scales to it that, no, you need to cooperate. You need to coordinate. You need to be social. You need to not just be in the massive online, you need to be in the multiplayer. And I get that, it's gonna be frustrating because maybe you had a long day at work or a long day at school. You know, you don't want to log in and, you know, be on by a certain hour because that's when your org has coordinated that you're going to do X activity, or you're gonna, you know, jump in the big fat mining rig and go out and farm for the next 4 hours, right? And maybe that's just gonna kind of be the balance that you need to strike, right? Of like, okay, this group is running events. It doesn't require me to be there, so I will participate when I can and I want to. But, you know, they're not gonna punish me if I can't make it. So I'll sort of run content of this scale on my own, on my schedule, and then I'll participate in the group events when I'm able to. Elite Dangerous. Elite Dangerous has added a lot over the course of this year, which I think is really good. I am glad to see that the game is sort of rebuilding its momentum, though it has not been without some controversy and consternation by the player base. But one of the things that they added a few months back was the ability for players to settle new star systems. Well, not new, right? They have been in the game or since launch, but you know, there's always sort of been like, these are the inhabited systems, and once you get out past this point, you get out into the boonies. There's only a couple inhabited systems, and eventually you just get into empty, uncharted space, right? And then at one point they added Colonia, which was out like a third of the way across the galaxy, give or take. And a few new settlements sort of popped up as a consequence of that. But, you know, it was all sort of determined by the developers. And so this was like, yeah, you can go out, you can stake a claim on a system. And if you fulfill the requirements, you muster the materials, you cough up the credits, then you will claim effective ownership of the system, and you can drive the direction of its economy. You can build stations, you can build ground settlements, you can start to harvest resources from it, and I think that'll, you know, return credits back to you. Or you can withdraw credits from the station's saving account, something to that effect. I don't know 100% how the money for that works, but you know, the I feel like the players have taken to the system pretty well. I don't think I've seen a ton of complaints, but I'm just imagining the lore implications, right? The in-universe consequences of, yeah, we have this class of independent pilot that has gotten so rich that they literally own Star Citizen or Star Systems now. Like, we kind of just let the economy run away with itself to the point that these individual freelancers can make entire governments. It's kind of like, oh, oops. Yeah, see, that just feels better, I think. I'm gonna do one thing, just to add sort of like another layer of foliage back here. Try to give a bit of a sense of depth. I don't. I certainly think developers need to strike a balance, right? Not make everything dependent on multiplayer. I think that was a problem that Final Fantasy XI ran into. You know, once you got like into the low teens, the reward progression or the reward amounts for killing monsters on your own was so bad that essentially the only way you could level up at that point was to form parties and go farm. Right? That was just what you did. That was the most reliable way to earn XP and level up. Which for a lot of players just meant sitting in town with your looking for flag or looking for group up, your little flag up, and hoping that someone would either invite you into a party or you could form your own and collect like 5 other people and get to work. Right, like it definitely resulted in fun social aspects and people enjoying themselves and making connections. But there was also just a lot of downtime because the DPS especially were always in low demand, high supply, and so you could be sitting there for hours potentially hoping to get a group. And you couldn't start one because you would be in the same boat as the people that aren't inviting you of like, okay, well, we can wrangle up for DPS, but then we need a tank and healer and we can't find anybody. So you can't form a group to get out of the jam, and you just sit there and twiddle your thumbs and hope. So yeah, there does need to be solo capable content, right? You can't say it's an MMO, you have to be multiplayer, you have to coordinate and work with people all the time, right? You need to give people options, but I think if you allow for players to just play the entirety of the game without coordinating with anyone else, then why is it an online game? Cool. That's looking a lot better. I think just switching it out to the foliage instead of trying to do the landscape was a good call. Alright. I'm willing to jump back onto Oni now. Focus on that for a little bit. So a little bit of an update for the end of the month. The holiday artwork is looking pretty good. I'm just about done with it. I was gonna do a little bit more for the intro screen, but I kind of decided to just give myself a bit of a break. I hope you guys will forgive, but I was just thinking about, I was like, you know, the limited run intro screens that we have, you know, they only last about a month or so, and it just kind of felt silly to put a lot of work into something that we're not going to use for that long. So I figured I would scale it back a little bit, just make it a little bit simpler. It'll still be fancy, I hope. It's just not going to be quite as involved as I had initially thought to do. And it might give more time to do something else instead, which would be fun. So yeah, we got that. And then just making sure that the model is ready to go. No upgrades for the model yet, right? That's a next year target. But, you know, just making sure that like the outfit is working as intended, everything looks good. All the toggleables are working. Should be good to go. But yeah, that's kind of the plan for the coming week, is to do all of the December prep. And then of course the D&D stuff. Go. It looks pretty good. I do want to add a little bit of a sort of bendy buckly, sort of give some idea that the corset is like flexing. Check. I feel like there was a really interesting video I was watching the other day. Why? YouTube is putting fucking ads in my watch history, which is incredible. It's so dumb. It's so bad. Maybe I wasn't. I don't know. Maybe I'm misremembering something. I did see ArenaNet is releasing a... I can't believe they're calling it Guild Wars Reforged, but it's like a remaster of the original Guild Wars, which is potentially very interesting. We'll see. We'll see, because I kind of feel like there's a similar vibe with that. Of like, let's just go classic. Let's go back to something that worked. Let's try and capture some of that classic feeling and see how that goes. But I don't know. I don't know. Wait, I was just looking at it. What happened? Oh, I think I was watching, it was a YouTube channel, did a video talking about Ready Player One. I was like, Fuck, I completely forgot that movie existed. Just... It's not even nostalgia bait, the movie. It was a really interesting point that the video made was, like, Ready Player One, the book, which came out, I think, a little before the movie, but apparently they had secured the rights to the movie before the book was even done. Like, they just liked the idea of it so much that they didn't even wait for the finished book before they started doing the adaptation, which probably partially explains why they're pretty noticeably different. But like, the book is just nostalgia-bation, right? It is just a shameless, like, callback to 80s references and things that the author liked, which is like, whatever, it's your book. But the movie didn't even, like, lean into the 80s nostalgia. It was just like pop culture references from every age that they could think to include, right? 80s, 90s, 2000s, 2010s. It was just everything. I don't know, it was honestly kind of a, I mean, honestly, it was kind of a shit movie, but I think there's also, you know, a good sort of case to be made of, like, yeah, the whole nostalgia-based thing, the whole selling your childhood, your memories back to you, not a new thing. It's not like a recent phenomenon. It's like, this has been going on forever and is going to continue to go on forever. I don't know. Like you said, I don't hate nostalgia and referencing, right? I like a good meme. I like a good classic. I don't like it being done in place of actually, like, telling a good story or making interesting content, right? Like, if I feel like your like Ready Player One was basically just leaning on its references, and that's the thing from the other thing that I like, rather than, you know, actually making a story that was good on its own merit and then also contained full references. I wonder if that's where the MCU went wrong. I think the MCU went wrong in a lot of places. But I would argue that, like, if you go back to pre-Avengers, right? The first lineup of movies. Iron Man, there was a Thor, no one remembers it, nobody cares. Or there was a Hulk, rather. The first Thor was not great either, but it was fine. It wasn't as bad as Hulk. It was not as easily discarded as Hulk was. But yeah, there were two Iron Mans. There was Captain America. There was a Hulk movie and there was a Thor movie. And I would argue that outside of like Spider-Man and X-Men, the usual movie-going audience was not really familiar with Marvel characters. Right? You maybe heard about Captain America because the name is just so like straightforward in what it's about. It's like, yeah, it's the America superhero. It's Captain America. Roll credits. And then you had probably heard about Iron Man because of the song that had nothing to do with Iron Man. It just said, I am Iron Man at the beginning. But I think the almost sort of blessing of that is that they had to make the movies compelling by their own right. They couldn't rely on the name recognition, brand strength of the mighty Thor, because why would most movie-going audiences care about that? Right? You have Robert Downey Jr., you know, pretty well into his career rehabilitation at that point, but still kind of all over the place. Picking up as a B-lister superhero. And you gotta convince people that this is like a real thing that you are doing. And not necessarily should be taken seriously, but you know, it's like, no, this is actually a movie. It's actually a good movie. It's not just like cashing in on something. And they did a good job with it, right? The first Iron Man 1 was really good and sort of laid the groundwork for the next like 20 years of movies, at least 10. Yeah, more like 10 years of movies. I mean, all that culminated into Avengers, and you know, by the time we had gotten to Avengers, there was the popularity of the MCU as it was forming, so you know, people by that point knew and liked the various characters, though they still like introduced a bunch more there. I guess technically Hawkeye had made an appearance and Black Widow was in Iron Man 2. But you know, they didn't have like, especially Hawkeye did not have substantial presence in Thor, and Black Widow was a supporting character, I guess. It's fine. But I think, you know, even I think they were sort of getting into the problem before Infinity War and Endgame. But I think by after Endgame, in phase, what is it, 4? I don't fucking know. I don't care. I'm sorry, but I don't really care about the MCU that much at this point. You know, they it feels like there is as much sort of trying to excite people by making them go, oh, it's that event or that thing from the comics or from this other movie. It's here now. That's so cool. Rather than just making a movie that is satisfying and compelling on its own, and then also, sure, can include some references. That's fine. But the references shouldn't be the driver, right? They should be the cool guy in the red onesie with the flame guitar riding on top of the vehicle. You know what I think does a really good job? You know who I think does a really good job with their references? Mel Brooks. Mel Brooks films, I think, are really good about that. Because there's some stuff in Mel Brooks films. There are some references that are just like the aliens references in Spaceballs or Star Trek or Star Wars, right? There are some that are just like so like bedrock ingrained. Welcome back, Mage. I hope you had a good power nap. There are some references that are so ingrained, it's like, yeah, I know what that is, right? But there is stuff in Mel Brooks films. There are references that have aged out of relevancy, right? We don't recognize them anymore. At least, you know, I don't know what they're referring to. And I'm sure some people will go like, oh, what's this thing? I'm like, oh. Yeah, I don't know what that is. But it's fine because the movie on its own merit works really well and the humor is on point. And then if you get the reference, it's a fun meta layer. And you can go, oh, that's that thing. Robin Williams' Genie in Aladdin, the good one, was the same sort of deal, right? Because he threw just, I don't know how many voices and impersonations into that character, right? There were so many that came so fast, and I, 07 to a legend, I miss that man. I miss his light. But, you know, I even if I went back now and watched it, I don't think I could pick up on every reference that he dropped, right? Because there were so many, and they were crazy. But it didn't matter, right? It didn't matter because they were making the movie to be like approachable and enjoyable by single-digit-year-old children that wouldn't know any of the references, because why the fuck would they? But yeah, just the voices that he was doing, the faces that he was making, the manic energy of it all was entertaining by its own merit. And then you would pick up on the Ronnie Dangerfield, the Good Morning Vietnam, whatever else he thought to throw in. Like, if you did know, if you know, you know, and then you get an extra laugh out of, hey, it's the thing. But it wasn't necessary. It wasn't a requirement for the joke to be funny or the scene to be satisfying. Here's a good example of a bad example. Star Trek Into Darkness, the second of the Abrams reboots. Not a good movie. Good morning, Vietnam. Yeah. So that movie was not good. I'm not gonna brook arguments to the contrary. I'm sorry. This is my stream. But they did an extra dumb thing. That they basically tried to make a second Wrath of Khan. Which is like, why would you set yourself up for comparisons against the best Star Trek movie? It's like challenging Usain Bolt to a race. Or any of those. Anyway. So in the original Wrath of Khan, there had been an episode in the original series that introduced Khan and his crew, explained the history of the superhumans and the eugenics wars, and then was like, oh, this is where the superhumans went. They fled Earth in a generation ship and disappeared into space because they had lost the war. You know, this is an old ghost of humanity that has come back to haunt us, and the Enterprise is in danger, right? And so they had defeated, they had defeated Khan, and they sort of showed him mercy and said, you know, here's a planet, we're gonna set you down on here, we'll come back to check on you, but you can't go back to Earth. We'll allow you an opportunity to build a new future here. And that was sort of the end of the show's run with it. So Wrath of Khan, they have this slow build revealing like, oh, this is that crew, this is Khan's guys. We left them on a planet that was doomed, not realizing that it was gonna die. And they've been struggling to survive, and now they're super pissed off, and you know, Khan wants his revenge for this apparent slight and condemnation by Kirk and the Enterprise. Right? So, you know, there was some inherent expectation that the movie-going audience was going to know about the original series episode, but even if you didn't, there was enough explanation within the movie that you understood the dynamic. You understood that there was a history between Khan and the Enterprise. You understood what Khan was about. And you could just more or less hit the ground running without having seen the show. That was fine. In Star Trek Into Darkness, they set up this character. They set up this apparent terrorist. There is a whole thing to track him down and detain him and bring him back to answer for his crimes. And they successfully do that. They have him in the brig, and they go to question him. And, you know, the terrorist explains how he had been sort of duped, and there was this whole conspiracy going on, and reveals that he is not the name that they have been tracking him by. His true name is Khan. And they drop it like it's this massive reveal that the audience is supposed to gasp and go like, you know, like it's this holy shit moment. But I imagine there was no small portion of the audience that went, okay, but who's that? Are we supposed to know who that is? It's like, oh, you flubbed it. Like there was nothing within the context of the movie that gave that reveal any gravity, right? There was nothing that had been set up about, like, during the investigation the name Khan kept coming up, or, you know, any sort of understanding of historical references that would bring up the name up. It was just kind of like, yeah, you guys know the original canon, right? So when we drop this, you'll be like, oh, holy shit. And instead, it was just kind of like, thank you for reminding me of the movie that I would rather be watching. So, I don't know. I don't know. I think references are fine. I think they are fun in a lot of instances. But they shouldn't be like the thing that drives excitement in your media, right? It should be a fun little inclusion in addition to whatever writing and world building you have under your own momentum. Out of curiosity, according to Box Office Mojo, well, that can't be right. Is that right? Is that right? Okay. So yeah, Ready Player One had a budget of 175 million, and according to Wiki, it had a box office of 607 million. So, from the studio standpoint, it was a success. I would hope. If anyone is expecting more than a 400% return, I think they are not ever going to be happy. I don't think they will ever find the love and satisfaction that their parents never afforded them. I don't know. I think I enjoyed it enough at the time. Like, it was a fun popcorn flick. But it was also a movie that I had honestly completely forgotten about. I until it came up in this video, I had just not thought about it in years. guess that's kind of the thing, right? It's like Ready Player One had a lot of references and interesting, like it had a lot of references and had a lot of callbacks. But I don't think it ever really like brought anything in to be referenced in the future, you know? Also like Sword Art Online. That one concerns me more. I'm sorry, I don't want to be mean. I don't want to yuck on people's tastes, but there are things in that show that are like, no. I mean, I'm sure I have shows in the past that I have like the people would look at and go, why though? Yeah, I'm like, if you like it, you like it. It's not my place to tell you not to like it, but there's one particular landmine about Sword Art Online that will absolutely set me off, though. On the subject of nostalgia, okay, so let's talk about it. I actually like the movie. Okay, well, apparently I'm in the minority here, so you know what? Fine. I don't know. I don't remember hating the movie. I just, honestly, I didn't remember the movie until this video came up. I had just completely forgotten that it existed. I feel like there's a similar sort of risk. So, as much as Ready Player One, I think, you know, sort of had a moment of being like, oh, this is a big new thing that's super cool and people are like talking about it. I don't think I have ever seen anything like completely just evaporate out of public consciousness quite like Game of Thrones did. Right? And everything that like included references or parodies or callbacks to Game of Thrones, it would not surprise me if in 20 years people are just like, what's that? Am I supposed to know what this is? 9 people land before time. Motherfucking tree stars! I don't know, like, I was so young, I didn't really, like, understand why they were called tree stars. It was weird, but it was kind of brilliant. God, what a weird movie. What a weird... There's also, like, a stupid number of those now. They kind of just kept going with it. Like in 14, all of my res macros, my raising, you know, revive player macros had references of one kind or another. There are 14, goodness. The fantasy before time, more like. That would be so funny if they just like called out Square Enix point for point. It's like, you make a Final Fantasy, we'll make a Land Before Time. Pound for pound, baby. Let's do this. We're going down together. But I don't know. Every so often, I would do the raise macro. I would use one of my res macros, and someone would be like, that's great. But most of the time, I would do it, you know, I think, again, some of it is just down to people not necessarily being super sociable during the pug runs of stuff. But it wouldn't surprise me if a lot of them, the references, people just didn't pick up on. 2016, yeah. So I don't know. I don't think nostalgia's bad or anything. I think it serves a purpose. I think, you know, companies trying to exploit the nostalgia and milk it for all it's worth is obviously not good. I don't support that. But I think it's fine to be nostalgic about things and enjoy nostalgic things. I think it's fine to call back to those, but I think, again, I just think it shouldn't be the driving force in whatever it is you're doing. It should be a supporting element at best. Like, I started watching the 4th season of Stranger Things, and I turned it off partway through the first episode because... So the show basically has two sides, right? It has the 80s nostalgia bait, and it has the paranormal mystery. And the paranormal mystery is quite interesting and compelling. And the 80s nostalgia bait is boring as shit. And the first episode is like, it drops a stinger at the beginning to be like, paranormal mystery, because they know that's the part that people like. So they show that for like 4 minutes, followed up by over half an hour of the kids at school. And I'm just like, I don't care. I don't care. This is so boring and cringe. Like, I'm sorry. I don't want to watch these characters go through puberty. It's not what I'm here for. I might, if I go back and give it another shot, I might, frankly, just open up the episode and skip. I think that's the only way I'm gonna get through. I know, why would I want to watch other people go through puberty? I think one of the only shows or movies that has done puberty well, like portrayed it well, is Inside Out 2. I think the way, because it's so like focused on the inner development and inner turmoil and sort of running through the thought process or lack thereof, that it doesn't feel like it's just sort of being like, oh no, puberty! It's like really thinking about it. It's really, it feels seen, for lack of a better word, right? So, Inside Out 2 was good. That one's okay. Stranger Things and just so many other like high school dramas, I'm just like, I can't, I won't. Yeah, honestly, I'm still curious what's going on, but I'm just gonna go back and skip it. I'm just gonna go back, I'm just gonna like skip 20 minutes ahead. I'm like, let me know. I might just skip the first episode if that's what it takes. It's like, let me know when we get to the good part. I don't like skipping, but it was just like, it was not tolerable. I could not keep with it. And not to jump ideas constantly, but this is why I talk about the problems with the out of 10 rating. Is not like the range of the number. Someone in another chat was saying that they prefer the 5-star rating system. I'm like, okay, but out of 10 is just 5 with higher fidelity, right? It just gives you more range. And at that point, like, you could also just do a 100% rating system, because that's just, again, moving the decimal point. Allows for higher fidelity. It's not the number that is the problem. It is the perception of it. It is the amount. It is what we are willing to give time to, right? If I only have so much time in the day, I've got art to do, games to play, and shows to watch, and movies to watch, and books to read, and exercise to do, and chores to run. Why am I gonna spend time on something that I'm not enjoying, right? Why would I dedicate time to something that I'm struggling to sit down and have a good time with? That's why 7 out of 10 is a bad rating. Not because it's necessarily a bad thing, but because there's enough 8s and 9s and 10s out of 10s that I have not gotten to, that I would rather spend my time with those. So I do want to give it one more try, but it is like, please, we're in season 4, right? Whatever is happening with the paranormal crazy bullshit should be like hitting a level of escalation that we shouldn't be going back and forth with the school bullshit. Please just focus the fuck up. I don't know. It's very weird. It's very weird. Like, at a certain point, I would honestly just rather go back and rewatch The Expanse. Because I know I enjoy that show. On the subject of sci-fi, Amazon announced they are making a new Stargate show, which don't know how to feel about. Apparently, let me get the name. It's got linked on one of the Discords I'm on. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? There it is. Okay. So, Joseph Malozzi, who is the Canadian writer and producer, noted for contributions to SG-1 and Atlantis and Universe, and is showrunner for Dark Matter. Felt like they ran out of stories, maybe thought of something new. Possibly. So, Joseph Malozzi, who's been on Stargate for a long time and contributed to it for a long time, went on Reddit and basically said, what did he say exactly? It's not a reboot or a wholesale reimagining that will wipe the slate clean. It is a new series that will be a perfect jumping off point for first-time viewers while at the same time honoring what exists. The new series was created by longtime franchise veteran Martin Garrow, who worked on SG-1, Atlantis, and Universe, writing such notable favorites as The Storm, The Eye, Duet, and First Strike, All My Sins Be Remembered, and many more. And basically, Malozzi said Garrow showed him a copy of the pilot script, and Malozzi's like, yeah, this is good. This is really cool. So, definitely a strong endorsement that is, I will at the very least, excuse me, not rule it out of hand, right? I wouldn't necessarily say I am optimistic. I am intrigued. I will keep an eye on it, but it is definitely on them to prove that it is something to be excited about. Part of me wants to go back and watch SG-1. I imagine it has not aged super well. I'm certainly curious. And it had some very compelling elements. It was a good show. Even if all the planets look like Canada. I guess it's kind of a similar thing of like, maybe it'll be cool if they have something actually interesting to do with the universe and cool new stories to tell, then yeah, do it. But yeah, if you're just sort of trying to cash in on nostalgia and brand familiarity, then shut up. Wouldn't it be great if you finally left the solar system and discovered there are Canada's spread across? Yeah, it turns out there's like, so there's, you know, rocky planets, ice planets, gas planet, you know, gas giants, ice giants, Earth-likes, water worlds, and Canadas. It's just all Canada. Like, shit, I was complaining about plants and sci-fi always just having the one biome. It's like, that's not how planets work. Turns out it is. Turns out there's a lot that are just Canada. Oh, that was one thing. I have a complaint about No Man's Sky. I claim this world for the Queen. I have a complaint about No Man's Sky. So, Canada's the reason we have the Geneva Convention. Maybe we don't want that many. You know what? There. Yeah, they're all just like alternate realities of Canada. So on sort of the biome complaint, right? In No Man's Sky, they do this really weird thing where when you are on approach to a planet, there are unique features on the surface of the planet, right? Like, I was approaching one and it had like a large polar ice cap. It had this like visible from space large snow-covered region. I was like, oh shit, that's really interesting. So, you know, I sort of directed my ship to you know, head down towards the border of it. I was like, that's really cool. I want to see what that looks like. And once I actually sort of dropped into the planet, you know, I wasn't in space, I was in the atmosphere, it just melted. It just melted away, and it was all like uniform, single biome type. And I was like, so you have the reference for diversified worlds in the orbital version, but then when you actually get to the planet, it's just a single biome. And I don't know if that is sort of a hint that they are dropping at potential new developments to the planet tech. That's like, yeah, as we get Light No Fire closer to release and we start to get more diversified and integrated biomes, we will start to sort of roll that tech into No Man's Sky, so you'll start to see greater variation within a single planet. But it was really disappointing to me to have that teased at me, and then it just it literally disappeared in front of me. Because one of the things that's very satisfying in both Elite and in No Man's Sky is you get close to a planet and you see like interesting structures from space, right? You see big mountain ranges or large canyons or massive craters from ancient impacts, and you can fly your ship down and go explore them. I don't know how many times I've landed on the side of a huge crater in Elite and gotten out my SRV and tried to drive down the side of the crater and gone, oh shit, no. As it turns out, the crater is so big that the edges of it are less of a slope and more of a cliff. Yeah, it's very weird in No Man's Sky to be able to apparently see very interesting stuff from orbit, but then you go down and nothing has happened. I don't know what's up with it. I don't know if it is indicative of anything or if it's just a weird quirk of the way the game is made, but it was a little disappointing. That's looking pretty good. I know Star Citizen, there's been a lot of back and forth because all of the entire universe is 10% scale, right? So the planets are 10% the size of what they would be in real life. The distances between objects is 10% of what they would be in, the real world equivalent system, right? And some of it is just to cut down on travel time. Some of it is to reduce the amount of effort that the devs need to put into each world. And there are some unfortunate consequences of that. Mountain ranges can look kind of weird and dinky because they're too short. The clouds can look stacked really strangely high because they just kind of cut way too into the atmosphere. So, there's a bunch of weird sort of unfortunate consequences, but, there's been a group of, there's always a contingency of the player base. It's like, we want 1-to-1 scale worlds! And CIG has never fully shut it down because I think they would really like to be able to do that. But I'm always just kind of like, you guys need to get the game done. And I think at this point, I would rather see the game complete with 10% scale than sit in development hell forever trying to get the 1-to-1 scale. It's like, Elite has a 1-to-1 scale Milky Way. And, you know, the community kind of prides itself on the fact that in the, like, 11 years since the game launched, the entire community has still explored maybe 1% of the galaxy. Which is fine, you know. I don't bring that up as like a negative thing, perhaps, but I think there is kind of a feeling in my head of, okay, if you got a 1-to-1 scale world, would you see it? Would you interact with it? Is there a value to making a world that big beyond a few little fixes of uncanny elements? Okay, that looks pretty good. There's still a little bit of oddity about the face. Let's flip it. See if that helps nail a few ideas in. Okay, let's see. Let's see what we can do in here. The cast shadow under the hair. Gonna round out the shape of the cheek a little bit. Now let's get this in. Good. the shape a little bit. Good. Okay. I want to grab a little bit of this for the dimples. Pull that in, make like a darker. Good. Good. Okay, and then we gotta clean up the eyelashes over on this side because apparently I did not get to that last time. That's okay. That's okay. Actually, no, we didn't get to any of the eyes. Shit. Alright, let's do that. Right, we did finish up bigger eye. Get that into a good spot and sort of confirm how we wanted to approach it, but did not carry any of that over to the second one. And one of the things that I really like about riding my bike, but even I get some measure of it from running, what I find, you know, whenever I get in my car, whenever I drive somewhere, I'm trying to get somewhere, right? I'm going to the store, I'm going to a friend's house, and I'm, you know, going out of town. I am trying to get to a thing, right? And so I'm generally not that concerned with the space that I am moving through. You know, especially if you're driving on the highway, or even on like some expressways, you know, they'll put up the guard walls to cut down on light and noise pollution hitting the nearby houses or buildings, right? So they sort of will box in the highways to make them less of a nuisance to the surrounding communities. So even more, like it's not a space around you to be aware of, it's just routes that you're taking to get to from point A to point B. And you know, I like going out on my bike and actually being very aware of the space that I'm in. you know, seeing my neighborhood and the neighborhoods that I go through, seeing how they change over the course of the seasons, and when stuff happens, you know, things appear or disappear, and weather changes, different people show up. I think it's very easy to sort of just get really caught up in the coming and going and not really sort of appreciate everything that can be going on within the space. You know, the thought occurred to me because I was sort of thinking about a bunch of different sci-fi and stuff, and The Expanse is there is no warp drive, right? There's no faster than light travel in The Expanse, so everything that occurs in that story takes place within the context of the solar system, which for a lot of, you know, modern sci-fi is like, dang, just the solar system? And then you stop and think about it and you're like, since when is the solar system just anything? We're talking about hundreds of millions of miles in distance between stuff, and that's just treated as nothing. Like that's it's so constricted. It's like you can do so much shit with the solar system as your stage, but I think, you know, one, we've just had a lot of various media that has gone much bigger than that, to the point that, you know, people are kind of used to larger settings for sci-fi, more expansive settings for sci-fi. And two, you know, it's a lot about how you're able to move through those spaces, right? If you have some sort of magic engine that just lets you effectively negate the distance between stellar objects, then yeah, a single star system is largely trivial. Because everything becomes sort of contextualized by that interstellar community. You know, sometimes I try to imagine what it would be like, you know, both sort of in a post-apocalypse scenario, you know, essentially modern day, but without cars, to walk to another state. Like, how long would that take? How hard would that be? And then, you know, sort of on top of that, in a pre-modernized situation where we don't have nice roads to follow. Where you're just sort of huffing it over open terrain. How hard would that be? How long would that take? Yeah, now, you know, I can drive to the next state and it takes a few hours. This is really quite easy. And all I really need to sort of do is sit there and pay attention, and the machine will take care of it for me. The machine will do the hard work of actually moving us. You know, with sci-fi, that's always going to be the case because humanity in space, historically, do not get on super well. You guys don't deal with vacuum particularly elegantly. Just fair. Vacuum's rough. So there's always going to be a vehicle, but I think it's somewhat humorous to trivialize vast distances. It's like, don't do that. Okay. It's looking pretty good, I think. Still a little bit more cleanup to go, but I like the direction that it's getting in. Good. Yeah. Okay. Hmm. Good. Hey, Kepler. Good to see you. Happy Saturday. You're having a good weekend. How long are her nails? Not super long, but long enough. Just kind of come in here and clean up the shape of them a little bit. There we go. Knock this out a little bit like so. Low average, I'm sorry. Sorry, the day isn't being kind to you. Let me pull a little bit of the color in here. I hope you feel better. way it passes and get up and about. There we go. That hand okay? It's fine? Not great. It's got some weird, like, secondary shapes to it that I'm not feeling. That's good. Okay, yeah, I think we sort of get there, and then we can sort of pull this knuckle up, and then this. Oh, nice. Well, if you feel like sharing it on the Discord, go right ahead. Oh. There we go. Oh, well, we have a Discord. If you would like to join. There we go. Yeah, it's okay. It's a little bit better. Lighten up this bit right here. I think. Yeah, that'll do. I'll just sort of lighten up a little bit where the shape is sort of coming in like that, right? There we go. Topic is art, right? Yes. Yeah. Don't want anybody popping and be like, this Shantae looks weird. I think that's pretty good. Do I want to change the thumb? I think I do. I do. I want to change the thumb. Maybe not that way though. Maybe not that way. Because I think what I want to do, I think we've got a pretty good spot on it. So I think what I want to see happen here. The position of the hand, I think, is pretty good. Maybe be rotated up a little bit? Possibly. And I think what I kind of want to see happen with the thumb is it sort of like goes underneath the... Cool. Check it out later, thank you. Yeah, see, I think that just gets a bit of a better grip on the branch. Hey, listen. No such thing. Chatters arrive precisely when they mean to. But I hope you're having a good Saturday. Yeah, see, that just sort of responds a bit better to the volume of the branch. Feels a bit more considered, I suppose you might say. More integrated. Ranked what? Ooh. Okay, and then yeah, we just gotta come in and put the nail on here. That looks pretty good. That'll do. That'll do. I do think we're gonna need to work on this some more on Tuesday. I don't think we're gonna finish it up tonight. I think there's still too many things to resolve, too many things to address. General polish pass. So I'll try and have something else ready for Tuesday, but I think we're gonna be working on getting this cleaned up and ready to go. First and foremost. Maybe we'll just play Shantae on Tuesday. That could work. Maybe we'll do sort of a mixed stream. Finish this up and then play a little Shantae with whatever time is left. Or we could jump on Star Citizen. I don't know. I don't really want to do a lot of Star Citizen on stream. I realize it's not the most exciting for everybody, or the most interesting, but I don't know, it can certainly be a bit of a filler game. Can serve as a filler. That looks better, I think. Let me pull this up a little bit just so that that red isn't covering quite as much of the hand, and then we can kind of clean up the finger a bit as well. Get more soft fall-offs between the planes, right? Okay. I think that's working. I actually kind of like that red slight transparency. It gives us sort of a feeling of like light popping through the edge. Like it's sort of blowing up a little bit. Getting some light catching in the material. Good. Yeah, that's nice. Okay, so yeah, we still got some cleanup to do in the sleeve. We got some cleanup to do in the background. We got the hair, a little bit more in the face. Outfit's looking pretty good. I think the outfit is successful at the moment, so I'm not too concerned about that. So yeah, I think it's mostly just sort of going through this area and taking care of business. More than an hour's worth of stuff to do, but making good progress. Trying to decide. See, I don't think I want to do any like complicated stuff for Thanksgiving, just because the grocery stores are going to be overrun this coming week, right? Everyone's going to be going for stuff and last minute buys and everything. And I'm just like, I don't want to do that. I don't want to deal with it. I don't want to see it. I don't want to go out in the middle of it. So I don't know what I do want to do. I don't know what my plan is gonna be. I did buy some excuse me, some cornbread stuffing. So I might make that, but kind of weird to just have that. 1 second. Sorry. Something in my throat. Family event for Thanksgiving. The side family I don't get along too well with. I will send you strength, mage. There we go. That shape's alright. That's fine. We can work with that. Should I cut those out? Yeah. Yeah, okay. Okay, yeah. Yeah. And then you. Did not say to move. Don't do that. Okay. Excuse me. Okay. Let's see. So we pulled this around here. And just round these shapes out. There we go. Good. Yes. Much better. Okay. Okay. Grab this color. Bring it in right here. That was weird. Well, these guys need to come in and touch like that. good. Okay, let's get in here because this is bothering me. There we go. There we go. It's a little weird of a shape still. Not really happy with it. Not quite correct yet. Okay, right, and then that's gonna come around like so, and then you're gonna loop out like that. Okay, so I think we got the flow of the shape in a better spot now. Now it's just sort of cleaning up the details of it. Good. Let's see. Okay, yeah, there we go. Go like that. Okay, that looks pretty good. I haven't saved in a while. I should do that. Chat, if you're progging on something, artwork, game work, homework, save it right now. Just like Shantae said, save, save, save. What is this doing? Okay, so yeah, those are kind of coming out like that. I think we'll try and add one more lock of hair. Sort of loops around like so. There we go. Often there. Where do we put often there? Lower line because. Oh god. Yes. Why? It's so weird. It's so weird that it's like every conversation there's at least one of those. Just make the font a little smaller. It's fine. I almost want to at them on Twitter and be like, hey guys, could you patch this? I don't know if that's really an option, but could you try? It has to be on purpose. Maybe? It seems too frequent and too deliberate. I don't know. I might almost find it humorous if I weren't trying to voice act it. Voice act is generous. What's a better word? Butcher? Butcher. looks better. Getting there for sure. I think just cleaning up the general sort of shapes of it. There's some really like blocky, sketchy bits left. Just sort of smoothing it all out, making the forms feel more natural. That's the main thing. Right? Very smooth. Alright, that looks pretty good. What was the shape? Oh, it's that. Alright. Yeah, everything is still flipped. Oh, fuck me. I didn't do the bracelets. Alright, I'm gonna put a pin in this. We're gonna do the bracelets now. We're gonna go ahead and flip it back, just so I'm not trying to mentally correct myself or anything. I want to get the bracelets started, just so that it is on paper, and we know to mess with it next time. Okay, so on her left arm, yes, her left, we've got 5. On her right, we've got 4. Okay. Grab some of this, gonna warm it up, straighten it a bit, something like that. And then we're gonna go. Okay, so thickest fellow will be right about here. We're gonna have a little strap that's sort of fold in behind it. And another one that'll sort of pinch in because of the positioning of the hand, right? It'll have sort of tiny ropes, or straps. Sort of fall off like that and kind of roll over the sides. They're not that long. Alright, and then on this side we're gonna have, I'll go ahead and grab the green for this just to help differentiate it. Sort of woven band. Nudge everything up a little bit farther. Okay, so I think that's pretty good, but I'm gonna take these two and just nudge them a bit farther up the arm. A little more bunched together like that. Alright. And then on the other arm, we're gonna have 4. So, got a woven strap at the bottom, and I think these are gonna fall down the arm a little bit. And then a bangle that can sort of sit on top of the wrist bone. That'll work. I think that's... I mean, I think the shape is fine, right? Still need to... for the positioning at least. This one needs sort of its woven silhouette. Yeah, alright. So, this one, we're just going to desaturate it and drop it down some. Let's see. This guy, get our sort of muted color. Let's isolate so we can start. And so that goes like that. This one's going to be more reddish. And then this one has to be, looks kind of like a metal bangle or something. It's more bronzy. Something like that. And back to the other side. I think most of these are leather. Yeah. Yeah, so we just have the alternating colors for the woven band. Good. Yeah, I think that works pretty well. I mean, obviously we have to light them and everything, but I think that at least blocks them in a satisfying way. Okay, cool. So with that said and done, let's get to actually putting some color into them. Putting a little more definition, all that goodness. So these kind of weave together like so. Yeah, good, good, good. Alright. So let's grab a bit of a... I guess we'll just do these one at a time. Yeah, alright. And then for this sucker, I'm gonna grab some of the brass off the bangle, because it's got these little sort of secondary straps looping through. Okay. Yeah. Oh, I'm setting myself up for a pain in the butt, but we're gonna do it anyway. Gonna take you and this one. I'm just gonna make it a little bit richer. In the highlights along this edge. Good. Nice. Alright. So take that. Brighten this up. Get the highlights on this bracelet, right? Maybe a bit more saturated than that, right? I think it's a little bit too washed out. Good. Alright, and then I want to take this and cool it off and darken it because we're going to get a little bit of the inside of the bangle right here. Clean up the shape a bit more. Get a little bit treated on this side. Good. Good. Alright, nice. Good. One thing I haven't incorporated yet, this last one needs a little metal clasp on it. Good. Alright. I think those are looking alright. And then we're going to come back over here and give them more or less the same treatment. The fuck? Are you acting like that? It's just being weird. I think it's workable, it's just weird. Okay, so this guy doesn't need a lot to it. Just kind of a lighter band on one side. I think it's fine. Kind of a simple strip, right? This one is a bit more complicated because it's got these like tread stitching going around it. Widen it out a bit more too. Alright, let's get a little bit of shaded fall off on this side, right? His YouTube channel does little satirical shorts called Solid JJ. And they did one recently about Ultimate Universe or whatever, Batman, which is just like if Batman and a tank had a child, that's what Ultimate Universe Batman looks like. And I don't know. I think the whole thing is really dumb. I think the whole thing is really dumb. I am particularly annoyed by Ultimate Batman just because I feel like more and more Batman has strayed away from being detective and more just guy that beats people up. I don't appreciate that part. I enjoy that. But I don't know. I have not made it a secret in the past that I'm not a fan of serial comics. I think they oftentimes just run out of things to do, and the stories just get weirder, more off the walls, and more convoluted. And then especially after, there were a couple of like really big deal events in comics, they started to sort of try and deliberately set up and market those major events as like special comics that you gotta be sure to buy and add to your collection because they're gonna be super special and important one day. Because I love my hobby being an investment vehicle, yay! But I don't know. I don't know what the whole sort of point of the Ultimate Universe is, even other than it being sort of a one-off. But I feel like any media, any entertainment, any storytelling, at a certain point you just have to let the story end, right? Just go on to other things. If you try and drag it out forever, it just... I don't know, at some point you're gonna lose the lead. You're just gonna wander off into Crazy Town because all the things that you sort of started the idea with have been explored and resolved, and now you just need to keep doing stuff to keep the lights on. Just to keep the money flowing. So you just come up with random nonsensical bullshit. Which is not fun. I don't think anyone really enjoys it that much. I could be wrong. There could be people that are like, this is awesome! And I'm like, alright. Alright, buddy, you do you. I never watched the, who was the guy that played Bruce Wayne in The Batman? The one from a couple years ago. I say a couple. I think it was like 3 or 5 years ago. It's been a while. I've never actually gone and watched that one, but I was Robert Pattinson. That was it. I was very curious about that one because it did seem more like mystery driven. And less punchy, explodey than some of the recent entries in Batman and Ben. So I think, because, you know, we had the Nolan trilogy. I'm not even going to talk about Zack Snyder because those movies suck. But with the Nolan ones, it's weird. It's interesting. When I was Batman, I thought you were looking for the Ben Affleck. No, and I don't hold it against Ben Affleck. I think if he had been given better direction, he could have done a good job with Bruce Wayne. I think it could have done a good job with the role if he had just been given a better iteration of the character. But I think what he got was kind of shit. Poor guy. I have thoughts on Christian Bale, but I'll not focus on that. So I think my sort of feeling with the Nolan films, from the idea, the focus standpoint of Batman being a detective, right? A crime solver, not just a crime fighter. It kind of makes sense in Batman Begins that he's not great at it, right? He's still figuring things out. He is still figuring out how he wants to solve the problems that Gotham faces. You know, he's still tackling that. And, you know, sort of by the end of the movie, starts to come into his own and say, like, okay, this is how we are going to save the city. This is the kind of hero that I'm going to be. So I think what's really interesting, dipping arguably into not problematic territory, but oopsie territory, shall we say, is I feel like all of the examples of Bruce at his A game are off screen, right? Like, we go to the Dark Knight, Batman as a menace to the criminal underbelly of the city is well established. Sorry. Right? Like, the mob is afraid of him. Street thugs are afraid of him. You know, he's just able to be everywhere, seemingly, and get underneath all their skins. And then we introduce the Joker. And the Joker, despite the complete physical or thematic, like, discordance, Batman and the Joker work well because Batman is trying to solve crimes, he's trying to be a detective, he's trying to think through the logic of the criminal and unravel it and, you know, get 2 steps ahead of them and stop them. And the Joker has no logic, right? He has no reason, he has no strategy, he just does shit to mess with people and cause chaos, right? You can't know what I'm gonna do if I don't know what I'm gonna do. So I think it's fine, right? They made the Joker afraid of the IRS. True. IRS don't play. But I think The Dark Knight's really good, right? I really like The Dark Knight. I haven't watched it in a while. It'll be kind of interesting to see how it's aged, but I think pretty well. I don't really have any issues with that movie directly. But I think it's kind of interesting that we don't sort of have, like, we have The Rise. We don't really get to see Batman, like, be a good detective in the Nolan films, because by the time he's sort of hit his stride and is really comfortable with crime stopping, we immediately see him confronted by an opponent that just throws all of the rules out the window, right? And he's like constantly on the back foot until the very end of the movie. In times where people have unmasked or identified Batman and Joker has removed those people from the equation. Yeah, because it wouldn't be fun anymore. It's like in the flashback from Batman Beyond, you know, Joker finds out and he's like, who'd have thought under all that bluster and bravado was just a sad kid missing his mommy and daddy. It'd be funny if it weren't so pathetic. Oh, what the hell, I'll laugh. Oh, I love you, Mark Hamill. Anyway, so I don't know. Like, again, I think it works. I don't think what they did with The Dark Knight was bad. I'm not saying it's bad. I think it would have been interesting, and I think in a way you could almost, again, I haven't seen it, so I imagine it wouldn't just slot in perfectly, but I could almost imagine the Robert Pattinson movie being like in between Batman Begins and The Dark Knight, of like, here's Batman coming into his own. Here he is in his A game. And now here he is against an opponent he doesn't know how to deal with, because all of the rules that have gotten him past his other criminal adversaries just don't work. They don't make sense. Because he doesn't make sense. And then we get to Dark Knight Rises, which I don't know, like, Bruce has been out of the game. He's sort of tries to come back into it to resolve Bane's terror plot, but, you know, he's so, like, defeated and rusty that he's not good at it, which is, I don't know, it's fine, but it's not quite as satisfying as I think it could be. And it still just sort of continues that to carry that mismatch of Batman as more of a crime brute, a crime fighting muscle, rather than, you know, someone that really understands and unravels criminals. I feel like a lot of the movies have missed that particularity of Bruce's character. Yeah, I don't even know what they did in the Snyder movies, because were there a couple of cool action sequences? I guess. Sure. The one of Batman beating up all the thugs was pretty neat, I guess. It was fine. But I mean, nothing else about the movie really made a lot of sense. Or it was, like, narratively satisfying. Honestly, yeah, the idea that Luthor could just, like, lead Batman around like he was on a leash, just completely misdirect him and make him think, oh, this is all Superman's doing, and, like, Bruce never, like, keys in or unravels any of the problem. This is like, bro, are you phoning this in? Like, I think 15 minutes of just standing in the shower going over the fact you'd be like, nah, Lex is behind it. I don't know. I do think Batman is probably my favorite superhero. I don't know. Interesting character. Interesting, you know, sort of balancing act. I have come to appreciate some of the ideas around Superman. I just don't think Superman is that interesting of a character to write. It's an interesting philosophical conundrum. And is an interesting sort of moral compass. But I think everything that I like or appreciate about Superman, I like more about Captain America. There we go. Alright, and with that final declarative statement, I guess, and some pretty good progress on this drawing, I think we're gonna go ahead and wrap it up there for tonight. So yeah, I'm glad we got in and did the bracelets. I'm kind of surprised how quickly we were able to knock that out, but I think they're fitting in well. I forget which anime movie it was. It was a scene where Green Lantern met Batman for the first time and is questioning his powers, and ends with Lantern's asking, "Wait, you aren't just a guy in a bat costume, are you?" And the Batman just turns around and smirks. I mean, if it works, right? Look at all he's able to do with a fancy cape and a couple of metal boomerangs and a nice car, grappling hook, and a jet. I mean, he's got a lot of toys, alright? He's got a lot of toys, but I don't know. The grappling hook and the batarangs I'm totally fine with. I think the car and the jet and everything are just kind of like fun contrivances over the decades, but oh, that's badass. I will say, I think Batman Begins at, adding in like he's a ninja, he's been trained by ninjas, is like, I don't know, it sounds dumb, but I'm also kind of totally here for it, and not just in like the anime ninja style, but like theatrics, subterfuge, deception, sleight of hand stealth, not just like I know kung fu, but like I know how to make you think things that are not true and completely throw you off balance. That makes a lot of sense. I think that's really cool. I thought that was a really cool element to it, right? Yeah. But then, yeah, like, I don't know, combine that with I have deduced the clues, I know what's going on, I know how to solve it, I need to undo you. I'm not just going to blast through a wall and punch you so hard all of your teeth turn into sawdust, but I'm not gonna kill you. It's like, no, I'm going to do these things to break you down effectively, right? I don't need to beat you up. I need to stop you. Which again, I think is kind of why Joker is so interesting as a counter, because how do you stop that mentally? You can't understand the Joker. Harley tried and it drove her insane. So, I don't know. It's very interesting. I feel like there are some of the graphic novels and even a lot of the animated stuff, I think, sort of gets back more into the mental aspect and less into the punchy, toolkit explodey side that the live action movies tend to fall into. But I do want to check out the Robert Pattinson movie at some point and see if they leaned more into the world's greatest detective and not just, I'm so dark and sad. I'm gonna punch something. Alright. I'm gonna go ahead and stop the YouTube VOD. Everyone say night night to the VOD squad. And we're gonna go. I'm gonna go find something to eat a raid. Yes, Dead Parents raid. It's so dark, so edgy.